Hello, adventurers. Thursday night, start of a long weekend for me. In Melbourne, it's not in the other cities. And I've got a daiquiri, which is a double. So someone remind me to drink water. Ooh, yeah, boy. Oh, I like me a daiquiri. I'm finished doing my Simpsons tapped out. I'm just tapping. And hello, Megaleech and Alexander, first in the chat. So I'm tapping on my Simpsons. I'm just going to finish this while we're talking, but I can largely maintain conversation while doing that because I don't know, everything's just all over the place at the moment, all the normal shit, global chaos, pandemic, absolute fuckwits literally running riot in the streets of Melbourne. Our earthquake, which was fun, very disconcerting when it happened, but fun all the same in retrospect. But yeah, it's just we are deep in, if it's not one thing, it's another territory. It's all kinds of fucked up. But these streams were always intended as a way to kind of stay sane as the world around us was providing many, many challenges to our mental and emotional well-being. So hopefully, that's what tonight is again. What is the time? 8. I might be on till midnight. Because I don't have to get up tomorrow. It's the first of 3 nights in a row I don't have to get up in the morning. So, watch out. Nettie, strange days indeed. Most peculiar, mama. Alexander, it is the far right fooling some other people into saying they're doing anti-lockdown protests, but it's just the far right are radicalizing people. It's really fucked. It's really fucked. So, yeah, it's not good. And we've finally got some pretty good evidence of, I make jokes on the regular about how I want to see the cops fuck these pieces of shit up, because cops always violently assault completely peaceful left-wing demonstrators. How do these fuckers get away with actually violently assaulting cops and have nothing happen to them? But we've seen a couple of incidents recently, cops clearly out of control. And in fact, having seen these couple incidents, I think they're all lucky there haven't been more. And hello, Abigail. There's a particular bit of video going around of some guy, and I assume this guy's a total fucking tool, like someone I would absolutely despise. But he's talking at some cops in Flinders Street Station. He certainly isn't being aggressive. He isn't being loud. He's not being threatening. And while he's talking to these cops, again, I'm assuming being a complete fucking cock, while he's talking to these cops, this other cop comes up behind him, grabs him from behind and slams his face into the concrete. It's really quite disturbing. So even with my jokes about wanting cops to fuck these idiots up, that to actually get someone who's not doing anything aggressive or violent and just horrifically assault them, that's not cool. Hey, Raiders, by the way. I'm just finishing my Simpsons Tapped Out, putting them all to task, and then I'll put it to bed for a while. I got distracted in the lead up and I didn't finish it, and it'll just take me a minute. But that's okay. I can keep talking while I do that. Talking about how fucked up things are. Try not to actually dwell on that too much, because we all know everything's fucked up and weird. So it's not exactly productive to dwell on it, but it's very hard to not dwell on it. Honestly, at least I find it quite difficult to not dwell on it. Oh, Nettie, you feel uncomfortable with the cops using rubber bullets too. See, when it's an actual thing where these fuckwits are aggressively assaulting the cops and whatnot, you take what you get. But because I don't know if you've noticed, it's you know, both sides of something can be wrong at the same time, as illustrated by this. These people in these protests are fucking vermin, the absolute scum of the fucking earth. Absolutely contemptible, every single one of them. There's only two sorts of people in those crowds. One is violent right-wing extremists spouting their conspiracy bullshit and fucking doing a little psyops on gullible, self-absorbed, conspiracy-prone fuckwits. And the other ones are the gullible, self-absorbed, conspiracy-prone fuckwits who are being manipulated by the Nazis. I mean, they're all fucking scum. They are fucking scum to a person. And yes, you can decry. I'm troubled by cops using quite dangerous munitions. It's misleading to call them non-lethal rounds. It's more accurate to call them less lethal rounds, because you can absolutely fucking kill people with them. Certainly hurt them a lot. But when you see what these fuckwits are doing, and they're running police lines, they are very violently assaulting the cops. What in the ever-loving fuck do you think is going to happen if you do that? Yeah, Nettie, they're just a big gang of thugs. That's all they are. Sorry, you were in the city, lots of cops, no protesters? Well, there were certainly some. You just missed the protesters. Shieldsy, yes, I got the shake-up. It was fun. Went in phases. It was like, I'm sitting here at work, and this sort of rumbling starts, and I thought, is that the possums in the roof being particularly loud? I thought, no, it's more than that. I thought, is there someone just outside doing something? And then stuff seriously started to shake, and I went, oh, it's a tremor. We don't get many of them. Oh, that's interesting. And then it really went. The walls are wobbling and my bottles are shaking. And I was just looking at them going, oh, I hope the bottles don't break. And just getting to the point where it's like, this is without doubt, quite noticeably the strongest earth tremor I've ever been in. How much fucking worse is it going to get? And then it faded away. It's pretty wild. Matt, how you doing? Yes, Raiders. And that's what you say is exactly what happened. The cops kept telling people to fuck off, and the majority of people did. And the ones who stayed wanted trouble. And the cops said, you know what? I enjoy handing out trouble. So, but yeah, when you see this particular video with this guy and the way a cop comes up behind him and throws him and forcibly smacks his face into the concrete, that's not on. Even with as much as I despise those fucking people, you can't do that. Oh, yeah, ads. Actual Nazis occupying the War Memorial. Not great. But like I said, that group, you can divide them into two bunches. Nazis and other far right-wing fuckheads who have a strategy they've been working on for years to manipulate and radicalize normies, and they're targeting gullible, self-absorbed, conspiracy-prone fuckwits. And yeah, so the crowd is either the Nazis or the fuckwits who are being manipulated by the Nazis. So fuck them all, basically. But yes, even I have my limits. Like I said, if they're actually in a street fight with cops and they get hit with whether it's tear gas or, you know, rubber rounds or whatever, you're like, what do you fucking think's going to happen? But yeah, coming up behind someone and forcibly smashing their head into the ground is like, what the fuck? AIDzee, you're going to have family camping in your yard for 12 days until they can move new home. Well, that ought to be fun for you. A little transition happening. So almost, I would have been finished, but I keep getting distracted and I'm talking. Must be just about it. There you go. That was the last one. Oh, what's that? Ads. What do I have to do here? I have to tap a thing and get 15 of those. Which one of these will give me 15 of those? There we go. And then I do this and say, all of you go and do that. Safi, you're enjoying Freedom Day. Oh, right. Got let out of lockdown in the regional area. Good for you. I think we're getting progressively less restrictions around here. Although I haven't committed to memory when the various things are. You know, if these fuckwits with their self-indulgent protests don't fuck everything up, by Christmas, New Year's, be able to have people around. Like we'll be able to have a bit of a New Year's Eve live stream party. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Too many moving parts, too many variables. Right. Drink 2 is going to be water, quite honestly. So after the next town close to your mum's town has 10 exposures. Oh, yeah, they're always there. Nettie, a get-together in a park would be good because we can all come from our separate 10-kilometre things and meet somewhere, which would be cool. Right. Might even have a Pepsi, actually. Wouldn't normally drink Pepsi this late at night, but we're going to be up for a bit. Yes, Raiders, one of the protesters is actually in hospital being treated for COVID. There would have been a lot. There would have been a lot of COVID positive people in that crowd, and there'll be a lot more. Those cases will start getting confirmed over the next couple of weeks because those people are fuckwits. I hate them. All right. I'm just going to get my big glass. Big glass. I'll get some ice. Vanilla ice, baby. Put a lot of ice. I like a lot of ice. And some Pepsi. Oh. All right. Yes. So Abigail, one of the people in your pain clinic wasn't there on Tuesday because she thought it was Monday. Wednesday, she thought it was Tuesday. Coronavirus is making us all a bit weird. Oh, losing track of days is normal. I'd forgotten tomorrow was a holiday until there was a team meeting, and it was one of the first things mentioned, and I went, "Oh, rock and roll, off work tomorrow." Even though I do. Oh no, yeah, Raiders. The person had definitely contracted the Rona prior to the protest. They were contagious while they were at the protest, but they wouldn't have been the only one. That's just the first confirmed one who's in hospital. There's probably dozens of these fucking morons. And if there weren't before, there will be now. And the rest of us pay the fucking price for these people being fucking complete turds. Yeah, Abigail, I was kind of making tonight a party night. Safa, well, certainly hundreds of them. I think they're up to about 500 arrested now. Some of them really violently. Oh, there was a really freaky one. Another bit of video. It was not as bad as this guy getting his head smacked into the concrete at Flinders Street. Looked like it was just near Federation Square. Some tool, I don't know, he said something to... it was an unmarked vehicle, but it had its flashes, like it was a police vehicle. It was unmarked. Thing. And I don't know, he mouthed off at the car or something, and these dudes ran out. And it was really quite unsettling because they were all in like tactical gear. And so it looked really fucking creepy that these three guys just ran out of the car and grabbed this guy and threw him down on the ground and cuffed him. It just looked, it was freakishly Big Brother-ish looking. Chris, you're saying, do we have Republican anti-maskers marching in Melbourne? I haven't seen footage in the States outside of that January 6th insurrection of the crowds violently assaulting cops. This crowd has been violently assaulting cops and to a large extent getting away with it. And that some of them actually waving Trump flags and wearing MAGA hats. So they are complete assholes. Yes, Raiders, $1 million worth of fines. It is an open question as to what happens when these clowns refuse to pay the fines. Because what the law, it is in law, you can actually be imprisoned for non-payment of fines. It remains to be seen what appetite there will be for enforcing those rules. But it is absolutely written into law that you can be imprisoned for non-payment of fines. Yeah, Shieldsy, I love that as a saying. It's a group of big pricks who can't take the little pricks. Yep, scared of needles. Is that, Matt? You're at a miss with the whole Trump flag thing. Oh, these people are fuckwits. Could you imagine being such a sad fuck in Australia that you worship Donald Trump? I mean, it's bad enough, the ones in America, but could you imagine being enough of a sad fuck to be a Trump worshipper in Australia? That's so embarrassing. Chris, yeah, they are. Many of them are literal neo-Nazis. Abigail, weren't debtors' prisons outlawed? We don't have debtors' prisons. It's just that there is. Unless you mean it was changed in the last couple of years, it was absolutely written into law that you could be jailed for unpaid fines. Yes, Raiders, that's the other thing, not being allowed to register a vehicle if you have unpaid fines. And as I understand it, Abigail, debtors' prisons were for people who owed private debts, and these aren't private debts. This is enforcement being levied against you, and if you won't go along with it, you can actually be jailed. Yes, Nettie, I did see that video you posted, the two guys in the laneway. Is that what they were doing? Having a bit of a snort? That's a very charitable way to look at it, Matt. That even if you were a Trump supporter, he's out of office, move on. But no, just being a Trump supporter in Australia, what a sad fuck. It's embarrassing to contemplate people like that, quite honestly. It's just, ugh, what even is that? Nettie, your friend thought they were smoking ice. I thought they were vaping. That's how innocent I am. Christine, Trump is coming back like that rash. Look, it's impossible to be sure. I mean, you know, American politics have clearly just been completely flushed down the toilet. Like, dangerous, unhinged people openly saying America should be a theocracy and existing laws should be overturned and religious law preferenced. The fact that that shit's just happening out in the open is extremely troubling. I'm preparing some stuff for video. I'm going to make a smoked cocktail. Nettie, you reckon they were definitely snorting or sharing some sort of substance? I didn't look at it that closely, obviously. Yeah, oh yeah, Raiders. Yeah. Saying, I won't take the vaccine because I don't know what it is. Like, yeah, like, but you will do those drugs that were stirred up, concoction of chemicals that you don't know that were stirred together in a toilet. It's one of the funniest arguments these people say, I don't want to have the vaccine because I don't want to. Sorry, motherfucker, you don't know what's in Coca-Cola. You know, you don't know what's in a Big Mac. You don't know what's in anything you consume, you fucking ignorant piece. Their arguments are so fucking shit. I get very angry. Chris, please literally run the country. Yeah, it's pretty full on. And the Melbourne cops are starting to flex in a really quite disturbing way. But, yeah, these cockheads are just pushing it, giving the cops justification to show up in tactical gear and just snatch people off the streets. Just trying to plan my evening. Where's my blowtorch? Here it is. This thing's so neat. Gonna torch me some rosemary and cinnamon. Crushed up a cinnamon stick in there. Gonna torch some rosemary and cinnamon and put my glass over it so the glass gets permeated with the smoke, and then pour the drink in and have a smoked cocktail. It's going to be my entry into the Mr. Black competition. Abigail, did I get headaches when I started meal replacements? Not that I remember, but I think given what's going into your body and what your body is processing, headaches as a side effect would not be unrenowned. Here's a suggestion. Mrs. Angry always goes all in on these things and investigates them. I think there are Facebook groups for people using the meal replacements, and you could probably find out if other people have that symptom there. Yes, Nettie, this is often used for smoking ice, this type of thing. Oh, Chris, Nazis like meth. There was a fun recent episode of Behind the Bastards podcast where he's tracking the doctors who were prescribing meth to the Nazis in World War II. It's pretty wild. So check out Lenko Bearcat. Oh, yes. Yes, the Bearcat has had its first outing on the streets of Melbourne in the last couple of days. It's a little disturbing. Military vehicle. They've got one in Sydney too, apparently. Abigail, I don't use Facebook anymore. That seems sensible, honestly. Oh yeah, Nettie, you might end up seeing it go past your place if you see what looks like a real serious armored military vehicle. It's colloquially called a Bearcat, and it is a U.S. military vehicle. The cops bought, and it's been roaming the streets the last couple of days. So you might actually see it. It's a little disconcerting that they're doing the militarized police thing. Oh yeah, no, Chris. Our cops would love to do what US cops do. So yeah, and these fuckheads are giving them the excuse because, like I said, they've been violently attacking the cops, and cops don't like it if you do anything as mild as stand there, and if they say move on, you say why. That'll get you punched in the head by a fucking cop. Whereas this crowd have been violently assaulting the cops. So it was only a matter of time until the cops start getting hyper violent. Yes, Nettie, that's the one. All black, riot cops hanging off the side. That is, in fact, the one. It's designed to intimidate. So it's pretty good at that, too. Yeah, that thing shows up with 12 riot cops hanging off it. It changes the mood pretty quickly. But yeah, the cops are just going to keep arresting people and keep violently arresting people. I think they're probably going to lobby for an increasing number of these people they're arresting to not be given bail, to actually keep them in remand, which they may or may not get away with. Remand is fucked, by the way. Safa, the cop vehicles in Australia do not have submachine guns on the top. They are fitted with like a turret. I think the military call it a cupola, which the military version does have a machine gun on it. The cop ones don't. Safa, it is and isn't close to a Humvee. It's an armored militarized vehicle. So it actually looks, to my eye, more like a normal vehicle than a Humvee. All right, as you watch Monica Smith's bail hearing, I didn't know you could watch that. What was the OMG bit? I know the cops wanted some incredibly stringent conditions, which, from what I heard, the judge wouldn't go along with. Oh yeah, no. I saw the fuckheads were actually harassing people in vaccination hubs. See, and that also flips me back. I'm going, no, the cops should grab them and smash their faces into the ground. They shouldn't. But it's very hard to shake the feeling when you see exactly how bad these fucking people are. You're like, maybe some of them need their faces smashed into the ground, quite honestly. Chris, the one the feds brought into Portland has the turret, but they deactivated it. Same here. And they have the gun slots in the side, which theoretically the cops would only fire less lethal munitions from. The beanbag rounds and tear gas and whatnot. Nettie, they're saying they've shut down that town hall hub for the homeless till Monday. I fucking hate these people so fucking much. I just fucking hate them. They are fucking contemptible scum, every single one of them. So, Raiders, you reckon she still got some strict conditions? Looks arranged back behind bars. That would be interesting because I am assuming if she attends another rally, she would be behind bars like with no chance of bail because it would be a breach of conditions. So I know the cops, because they got it for incitement. They wanted her to not be allowed on social media. And I think that was one that the judge wouldn't go as far as the cops want. I didn't look it up. I'd be interested. Actually, I'm on the internet. Why don't I look it up? Anya Smith bail conditions. Okay. One September. Okay. Saying she had a onerous conditions scrapped after refusing to sign bail undertaking. She was 22 days in custody, man. Granted bail, refused to sign the undertaking because conditions included a curfew and the removal of some material from social media. She's a fucking fash. Her lawyer said she shouldn't have any conditions. The judge said, fuck you. So prosecutor wanted to keep the conditions. Let me see. More limited. She must not commit an offence against sections of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, must not incite any other person to course of conduct involves commission of offence under the Act. She has no way she will obey those rules. She's barred from naming police officers. She was ordered to remove any material that incited opposition to health officers' directions. She is absolutely not going to meet those bail conditions. There is no way. I don't know if she's the Bunnings Karen, but she's a fuckwit. She's an absolute fuckwit. There is no way. There is no way on God's green earth she is going to meet those bail conditions. So she is absolutely going to be arrested again because it's just not possible she will meet those bail conditions. And again, they're really simple. Don't break the law. Don't incite other people to break the law. Remove the stuff from social media where you incited other people to break the law. She will. I believe she'll breach all three of those. That's my punt. That's my guess. She will breach all three of those. Because these people are fucking detached from reality. And again, the misnomer, it's almost when any government or political party has democracy in their name. You see, I was like, they're actual like fucking fascists. They don't want democracy. They want to not have any rules they don't like. You know, we've all got rules we don't like. Ugh. But yeah, it's funny. She's released with those bail conditions, and she definitely won't meet them. So, all right. When this, I've got one of my clear ice things happening. It takes hours to come out of this. All right, I just got to keep an eye on it. When it comes out, I want to make a video with it. And it's going to be a short, so it'll be very quick. Yes, so for things like People's Democratic Republic of North Korea, Democratic Republic of Congo. It's almost whenever anyone puts that in their name, they're just fucking totalitarians. I mean, that was the USSR, Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. I think the literal Russian was something about, the people's Republican. It's like, oh my God, no. That's a good point, right? Is where some people think maybe her judge was being too lenient. The judge definitely gave her enough rope to hang herself. Like, again, really simple. You cannot possibly call these conditions onerous. Don't breach the health orders. Don't incite other people to breach the health orders. Remove the material from social media where you encourage people to breach the health orders. Those are very simple. You couldn't possibly call them onerous, and she'll breach all of them. Hey, Celtic. Ooh, yeah, Nettie, an old-fashioned godfather. I'm being responsible so I don't fall asleep, because I started the evening with a double daiquiri, Hemingway style. Yes, Chris, that's a weird coincidence. The 7 News reporter that got attacked by these fuckwits was from the same network, the person who got attacked by the cops in the US, which is funny. So I'm just thinking, even though I've got 3 nights where I could potentially make videos for the next week or two, I thought if I start tonight, maybe get ahead of the game, then I'd rather have stuff done sooner rather than leave it till the last minute. Yes, Nettie, this is my cocktail making clothes. So Raiders, his name's Paul Dowsey. He's a good journalist, which is rare here. Oh my God. Speaking of not good journalists, seeing you said he's a rare good one, Lee fucking Sales. Jesus Christ. I used to like Lee Sales, but in the last couple of years, she's like aggressively defended the gross, racist, homophobic cartoonist Bill Leak. Like, the guy's fucking, I mean, he's dead now, which is his one redeeming feature. But it's not like, oh, I disagree with him. He's an absolutely vile, racist and homophobe. And she didn't just go, free speech. She wrote a fucking foreword for his book. Nettie, she's been complaining about people are mean on social media, but she's been really excessively partisan, pro-Liberal Party, anti-Labor Party repeatedly in the last year. And so I was kind of over her because it's bullshit. And then she's like whining about people are mean on social media. I was like, well, fucking duh, they are. And honestly, I'd say as a general thing to journalists, maybe you shouldn't be on social media because I think it's bad for your mental health. And this includes journalists I don't like. Journalists I do like would be attacked mercilessly by right-wing thugs. Even journalists I don't like, it's like, I just don't think it's good for your mental health to go on social media. But anyway, the one that pushed it way over the top for me, I'll actually bring it up because I retweeted it on Twitter. Someone noticed Lee Sales doing a correction, and the correction's outrageous. So the first thing she posted, like, people are being mean to me on social media. And they are. And to an extent, she's asking for it, but it is still quite unreasonable as well. So someone claimed they had developed a tool, they call it a machine learning tool, to try and assess how toxic Twitter can be for journalists. So Lee Sales quote tweeted that saying, fascinating to see some detailed analysis, putting flesh on. She wrote this whiny bit in the media going, everyone's mean on Twitter. And she's saying, okay, so she's saying this backs up what I said. Of the tweets sent to the Lee Sales handle in a 5-day period, 40% were insults, 26% were profane, 14% were directly threatening. And that's bad, right? But then there was a correction because they'd misread, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and said misread, not deliberately misrepresented, what this analysis actually said of all the tweets sent to the Lycée's handle in a 5-day period. 7% were toxic. And then the sub breakdown of that 7% is, of that 7%, 40% of those were insults, 26% were profane, 14% were threatening. So, yes, from the first tweet, the first tweet with the statistics that she quoted, let's just say there were 1,000, they're probably far more than 1,000, but let's just say, to make the maths easy, say there were 1,000 tweets aimed at the Lee Sales account. And the original tweet, she's saying 400 out of that 1,000 were insults. But what the actual number is she's tweeted out this thing saying of 1,000 tweets, 400 were insults, and then is corrected it to say of the 1,000 out of 1,000 tweets, 70 were toxic, and we've got no definition of what toxic is. And then there's these breakdowns: 40% insults, so 40% of 70 is about 30. 30 out of 100, 30 out of 1,000 tweets are insults, and 26% profane. So about 20 were profane. And also you notice 40% and 26% and 14% don't add up to 100%. That only adds up to 80%. So there's also, you don't know what the methodology behind that is. What that could that suggests, 40% are insults, 26% are profane, 14% threatening. What I actually assume that means, I assume if something's threatening, it's an insult. If it's profane, it's an insult. What that's actually suggesting is there's not 40% insult, then an additional 26% insult. It's like a subset of the insults were profane and a subset of the profane ones were threat. And it's bad journalism is what it is. It's bad fucking journalism. Raiders, I don't know if Sales stated that kids wouldn't be affected by the virus. It wouldn't surprise me because she spouts absolutely bogus right-wing talking points on the regular. So it would not surprise me if she spouted that particular talking point about COVID not being dangerous to kids, when it is. Arguably less so than for adults, although Delta's a bit scary looking. Jeremy, am I streaming in 360p tonight? I'm just doing exactly what I always do. The fact you're seeing me in lower resolution, there are approximately 100 reasons that could be happening, but it's not due to a setting I'm using. So I think Laura Tingle should be the host. I don't know. Yeah, no, Chris, the riot cops were looking. They still haven't got as violent as, say, the riot cops in Portland did. And this is, again, what I'm saying is these fuckhead right-wing anti-vax protesters, they violently assaulted the cops and largely got away with it. And that isn't what was happening in Portland. The Portland cops were assaulting people who weren't doing a goddamn thing to them. So Raiders, you're seeing me in 720p? Yeah. So Jeremy, it could be at your end. Look, yeah, these signals have to go through so many gateways and whatnot. I was probably exaggerating when I said there could be 100 potential reasons, but there could be a lot of potential reasons that you're seeing me in a low resolution. The only thing I can say with confidence is it's not because of any setting I have. With a little asterisk, it's always possible. It is my fault. Just waiting for my... Jeremy, you exited out. Now it's at 7:20. Yeah, classic YouTube. Should put this next to the microphone, and then you'll get a bit of ASMR when it comes out. It usually makes a slurping noise when it finally releases and comes out. All right, so we've established that it is actually streaming the normal way. Celtic, I thought AIDzee would join us tonight, but I haven't heard from him, so we'll see what we see. No, it looks like a man who's after something. Just kidding. Getting a glass. Do you want me to put something in it?
I did the same thing yesterday.
Okay. Get some ice then. All right.
I don't need ice. It's cold enough.
Oh, yeah, I suppose it is, isn't it? Yeah. All right.
Also, it's mango in my flavor. It's probably tequila, right?
Tequila?
Yeah.
Ooh. No, it's not really that low. Do a bit of free pour. There you go. Looks like a double.
How crass.
I know. Free pouring. It's like I'm a millennial. Yeah, I'll check that every
Responsible.
Yeah. All right. And I'm back. Celtic, yes, I think the Offspring are awesome. All right, so. All right, 8:47. Okay, I might make Jeremy, you like the Powerpuff Girls jacket he has? Yeah. It's a pretty cool, it's a hoodie. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Big fan of Powerpuff Girls in this house. So I'm making my Mr. Black competition cocktail. Powerpuff save the world, fighting crime, trying to save the world. Here they come just in time, the Powerpuff Girls. So, hey, Wrestling Days, Big Pat, how you doing, buddy? So I'll get the things out. I've got to get the Mr. Black and some bourbon. Where did I put the Mr. Black? Back here. All right, Mr. Black. Mr. Black, Mr. Black. I'll just use Starwood Nova. And coconut rum. And sweet vermouth. And I want my double rocks glass. All right. And my sweet vermouth. Gonna stir this. So, hello, Helene. Hello, Kirsten. Oh, you just did a whiskey tasting. Is that like a work whiskey tasting? Jeremy, most expensive cocktail I've ever made or drunk. Want my strainer, my stirring glass, The most I've paid for a cocktail is a $30-something. And that was a zombie that had a fuck ton of rum in it. Like, I got so drunk after drinking it. My most expensive ingredients. I have several bottles that are well north of $100. Oh, nice. Abigail, your whiskey tasting was at home with one whiskey, some ice and soda. Excellent. So yeah, Jeremy, the most expensive cocktail I could make would probably be if I made something with one of my expensive whiskeys and cognac, and maybe put a splash of my expensive absinthe in there. And I don't buy, like, when I say expensive, I mean like $120. Oh no! Oh yeah, Big Pat. Yesterday, the fucking earthquake, man. Did you feel the earthquake where you are? I felt it here. It was quite weird. So, right, as a direct quote from Sales, August 20 this year. COVID death, serious illness is extremely rare among children. Yes. And she could argue that they have been in the minority. But if you're contradicting health advice, yeah, no, fuck that. Jeremy, most of lockdown ends should host a cocktail party. You're going to pay for a ticket to attend. We could, what, with me bartending, or we go to a venue? We could book out a venue. We could do that. I was just thinking to basically a bootleg cocktail party, get a venue somewhere, and everyone kicks in $50 or buy a bunch of booze and get really drunk for $50. I'll tell you that much. With me making the drinks. Right, so I've got all these pieces. Is this going to come out yet? No. Man, that takes forever. I've had it out for hours. Abigail, you'll be the scientific advisor for the event? Nice. Right. Kelsey, you dare me to go Melbourne CPD, yell about awesomeness of Islam and throw Qurans at people. That doesn't sound... Well, I'm not allowed to go to Melbourne CPD at the moment. Oh, Kirsten, yours was a personal whiskey tasting. Nice. Jeremy, book a venue, drive to Wodonga venue, Crown Pent. Oh my God. That's sounding like a party idea. Kirsten, a $450 bottle of whiskey. Nice. Nice. All right, I'm going to set up my camera gear. I'm going to make this cocktail for Mr. Black. Right, I'm just setting up my camera. Where are we? Is it on the right settings? Are we on 4K? We are on 4K. Right. Just got to frame it up. Why isn't it focusing? Will it focus on me when it sees a human face? Yes, yes it will. It's focused on me. See, oh, look, I should do this so you can actually see me while I'm doing it. Not sure you loved it, $450 worth. I think there is the rule of diminishing returns. It's like $120 whiskey is way better than a $40 whiskey. But as it goes up, I think the degree of improvement flattens out a bit. It's all down to personal taste, of course, but we'll see. All right, so camera's ready. I got my audio recorder. Switch that on. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hey, it's competition time. I am entering an original cocktail in a competition for Mr. Black coffee liqueur. Now, this little jobby here, an Australian coffee liqueur that is just been taking over the world in the last year or two. And it's because coffee lovers tell me this is the most amazing coffee flavor. It's not like the really sugary, syrupy ones that have dominated the market for years. Actually tastes like coffee, and it really carries through. I actually got it for last year's competition. I still have some. So the competition's on this year. So I've got to come up with a new cocktail. And the first thing I was going is, well, what flavors go with coffee? And I was thinking of the sort of things that, when there's what are more or less novelty cocktails at places like Starbucks, what do they have? There's caramel, chocolate, coconut sometimes. Last year's recipe that I did had chocolate in it, so I thought I'll do something different to chocolate. And I was thinking my current favorite cocktail was essentially the house cocktail at a now defunct bar called Woodson and Ford. Cocktail's called the Woodson and Ford. It uses the Manhattan as the base sort of structure of the recipe. It's dumps the whiskey and then does a split spirit base between rum and applejack. And then there's sweet vermouth, as is in a Manhattan. And for a little bit different, there's a bit of herbal liqueur, Benedictine, just to make it different. And I thought, well, that's my favorite cocktail. I could use that as a basis. I thought, instead of Benedictine, have Mr. Black in as a modifier in there. And I thought about the flavors. And even though the one I like, the Woodson and Ford, has rum and applejack, I thought I actually do want to bring whiskey back in, because I think whiskey with nice caramel notes, I think will play off Mr. Black really well. But I'm going to keep a split base and do some rum. And I have a really nice coconut rum. And I thought the coconut element would also go well with the Mr. Black. And that was my plan, and I did a test run, and it was pretty good. And I remember drinking it going, this is good. I like this. This actually I don't smoke, but this made me think I should be in a leather armchair smoking a cigar while I drank that, which gave me a final touch, a final brainwave. This should be a smoked cocktail. So after I stir the ingredients for the cocktail, I'm going to smoke up my glass that'll be going in, a double rocks glass, and then I'll pour the drink in, and I'll have a smoky drink. And I'm going to build it right now. Hey, Foxafay. Oh, where's my jigger? This cocktail is going to feature all Australian ingredients, and that's going to figure into the name I've come up for it as well. So first up, I am going to have whiskey. This is from a local Melbourne distillery, the Starwood Distillery. This is their single malt Nova. I'm going to start out with 1 ounce of whiskey. You go with the whiskey you have. Something that has nice caramel notes would be perfect. Now the coconut rum. This is kind of sort of Australian. These people actually imported the rums from Trinidad and Tobago, and then done a whole thing with filtering it and doing a maceration with coconut. And it's one of they call it their experimental kitchen, the Rum Diary. Incidentally, where my little badge comes from, that's their logo for the Rum Diary. And so it's kind of sort of Australian, kind of sort of not. But this is what I'm going with. I'm going to add 1 ounce of coconut rum. If you're following along at home, try and avoid using something that tastes like suntan lotion. Like, don't use Malibu if you can avoid it. But yeah, go with what you've got. Following the Manhattan model, this drink does have sweet vermouth. I'm using, again, an Australian vermouth from Maiden Eye. They're sweet vermouth. They make a whole range. This one's really good. I'm going for 3/4 of an ounce, so about 22.5 mils of sweet vermouth. Now for the star of our show, Mr. Black. I'm going to add 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of Mr. Black. Now, that might not sound like the star of the show, but this has a really impressive coffee flavor. And even though it's only 1/2 ounce, it isn't going to be playing a supporting role. The Mr. Black flavors are going to come through really well. And I've done a taste test. It complements them really well. So going to add 15 mils, 1/2 ounce of Mr. Black coffee liqueur. The final touch, I'm going to go with some orange bitters, just 2 dashes of orange bitters. Right. Now I'm going to be off camera for a bit because I'm going to do a close-up of smoking my drink. Okay. That's the cocktail ingredients. Now I want to get my glass smoked. So I've got some rosemary, fresh from the garden, and I've crushed up some of a cinnamon stick, and I'm going to torch that and put the glass over it and let that fill the glass with smoke while I stir the cocktail on some ice. Just going to rejig my camera for a close-up. Not regret doing this. Close up. That looks pretty good. Oh, no, a little bit more. There we go. Alrighty. Gotta torch this mofo. Ugh. Gotta rejig my camera now. Excuse me for a minute while I do that. Come on, here we go. I think that's it. Oh. Ooh, we got the smoke happening. Wish I had a proper smoky thing. Wow, the whole kitchen smells of smoke now. Okay. While the glass is being smoked, add ice to my mixing glass. I'm going to mix it with a cast of Kaz Regan's finger. Feel free to use a spoon or your own finger. I'm not the boss of you. Stir that for about 15 seconds to chill and get a little bit of dilution, because this is an all booze drink. Oh man, that really tastes like coffee. Now my smoked glass, strain the drink in. I want to put a big lump of ice in here, actually. Makes me sound stupid. Put a big lump of ice in there. With a big rock of ice added to my smoked glass, pour the drink over the top. And I think, keeping up with the flavors, for a garnish, cinnamon stick and some more rosemary. And this is my cocktail for the Mr. Black cocktail competition. I need to take a picture of it, for fuck's sake. Okay. And I'm really bad at this sort of shit. Where's my phone? Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Good job. All right, photo. What I like about this is you're having an experience before you even drink it. There's the gentle smoke wafting off. It's not overpowering. And then you also get to inhale the cinnamon and the rosemary as you bring it up. But for the actual taste, oh, it's a really nice blend of flavors in there. There is some initial sweetness. You're getting sweetness from the whiskey, from the rum, from the sweet vermouth, and then late on the palate, that coffee flavor from Mr. Black. It's just the richness of those flavors going together, and just adding the smoking and the garnish with their aromas makes it a complete sensory experience. Now, for the name, because it's based on a Manhattan with a bit of tweaking, and it's all Australian ingredients. I was actually workshopping this name with some friends. What would we call it? Was there an Australian equivalent of Manhattan Island? We're going, not really. Were there any famous Australians in Manhattan? And someone threw out Crocodile Dundee. He went to Manhattan. But yes, will we call it a Crocodile Dundee? And we thought, no, that's probably getting into copyright and trademark territory. We don't want to do that. And then one of my friends just went, well, what's his most famous line? That's not a knife. And so I said, oh, should we call it That's Not a Manhattan? And we go, no, just call it That's Not a Knife. So that's what we've gone with. My entry for this year's Mr. Black cocktail competition is That's Not a Knife. If you make it, I hope you enjoy it, because I am enjoying it. It is a really rich, it's slightly decadent, multi-sensory experience. And yeah, that Mr. Black really comes through. Like I said, just half an ounce in there, but it's what stays with you, that real coffee flavor. So I hope you enjoy it. And there will probably be a link where you can register to even vote for me in the competition. But failing that, I just hope you maybe try it yourself and enjoy it. And until I see you again, hope you do take care of yourself. Take care of people around you as well. And until next time, cheers. And that will do for that. I'm just going to switch stuff off now. No, I don't want to pay for anything with a credit card. Why are you doing that to me, phone? Fighting crime, trying to save the world. And I'm going to turn these lights off too for now. Oh. Alrighty. Woo! Coffee. It's toned down the coffee just enough for my palate because I don't really like coffee. Okay. Hello, Fox. Did you say hello to Fox? Oof. So that's my Mr. Black drink. I mean, I've basically got no chance of winning because some really serious bartenders join these things. But if I get a little bit of promotion out of it, I'll be happy. Celtic King, yes, I keep all the unedited copies of my videos. No, I don't upload them to YouTube because that would be boring. And I appreciate your positivity, but the overwhelming number of people on YouTube would find it boring. I have about 6 or 7 hard drives, like portable hard drives, full of stuff I've made on YouTube. I feel like the focus has gone fucked on this webcam, as it usually fucking does. Let me tweak it. Controls, webcam options, advanced settings. Where's the focus? Switch off autofocus because autofocus has problems. We go very out of focus. And then we get that's better focus. I think that's better focus. And I'll leave it at that. I'm fuzzy. Fox, I did say hello when I was in the middle. Okay, I wasn't sure because I did see you there in the chat when I was between bits. I think after this, I need to drink something sweet. Celtic King, I think I've forgotten the fucking login for Less Angry Aussie, quite honestly. I haven't uploaded anything to that channel for years. So, hey, does anyone want to join, by the way? Might as well make it a party night. I'm just going to put the link there. Anyone wants to join? Actually, what I might do is just intersperse this with drinks of water, actually. Abigail going to join in a bit. Nice. Put those ice cubes back in there. Put this up there. And get me a bit of agua. Aguafina. Speaking of which, that reservoir might be running a little bit low. Get myself some water. The whole kitchen smells like smoke at the moment from me burning the rosemary and cinnamon. What's the reservoir? Oh yeah, I should top up that reservoir. I'll probably be drinking a lot of water tonight. Got my filtered water jug, 'cause I'm not a savage. There you go. Ooh, it's going to take the whole thing. Who's a thirsty boy? All right. I might put some more water in this to filter. Just take a second. All right. Oh, ready to rock and or roll. Okay, settling in. Okay, 9:15. I feel like I'm going strong. Is this one going to go? I swear to God, I took this out of the freezer and set it upside down 3 hours ago, at least 3 hours ago, if not 4. It just takes forever. And this is still wafting smoke as well. Celtic, do I remember Tara used to be in the stream? Have I heard from her? No. Toby can't find her on Facebook. She hasn't uploaded since she stopped watching last time. Look, maybe she went off the internet. Honestly, people do. And it's often a good idea if the internet is a bit stressful and bad for you, rather than expecting the shitheads on the internet to change. Sometimes it's a good idea to take a break. So that might be what Tara did. I don't know. She never told me anything. Fox, you think Tara's Star Trekking across the universe? The Star Trek Enterprise into Captain Kirk? So Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow. Yeah. I have this funny feeling that was actually done by the same people who had all those dance hits in the 90s. I could be wrong, but because they did some... No, maybe I'm just confusing because they did that stuff under the name of the Time Lords. The KLF, the Justified Ancients of Mumu. Maybe I'm just getting them confused because they did do the thing. No, Nettie, we've put the earworm from the darkest recesses of hell into your head. That's not good, is it? Greg, how's it going, man? I'm actually surprised how much I like this because I really do not like coffee, and Mr. Black really tastes like coffee. I think this has tamed the coffee to the point where it's palatable. I wouldn't drink a lot of these because I'm not madly enjoying it. Like, my rating out of 10 for my personal tastes, I'd only give this a 6 to maybe a 7, honestly. But that's because of my palate. I suspect, because it's really well balanced, and I don't hate it, I think someone who likes coffee and likes whiskey, I think would be rating this about an 8 or a 9. Which is maybe a bit arrogant to think that it's... Yeah, again, for my palate, I'd only give it a 7. But I think someone who likes coffee and whiskey would probably rate this an 8 or a 9. It's pretty good. Just checking the photo I took of it. Yep, that's a pretty good photo. Oof. Maybe I should do that again, actually. Not tonight, but I can fake the photo another night, another day, tomorrow, maybe. Is Dr. Abigail. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Cheers.
Yes.
I'm okay. After being glued to, well, I don't have a TV, but I have a TV capture USB dongle and a good aerial. But I was glued to the TV yesterday watching the events of the fuckwits. Fuckwits versus fuckwits. Yeah. But today I just couldn't do it.
Choose? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like I was like, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, I was on the cop side this time. In
the
just like
broadest
it's
sense.
like the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
But at least they keep people from trying to steal my shit. So
Yeah.
Anyway, so today I had just a chill day.
Good. That's a good idea. Because yesterday was a bit
but I had-
fucking intense.
Yeah, I had my exercise program through the pain clinic today, so I'm a bit and I just had dinner. And dinner's my actual meal that I'm not replacing. And
cool,
it's shrunk. It has shrunk so much in terms of portion size.
Yeah.
And I'm only on like day 5.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't eat much to begin with, but
yeah,
I get full so quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, and so if I'll be in and out, I'm a bit sleepy, and I've got my crochet. I teach crochet on Friday mornings, and apparently it's still happening. So
okay.
I'm just trying to get an angle where my glasses aren't reflecting the screen.
Well, that's okay. That's just a real cyberpunk look. That's
I have have already biohacked my own body, so why
Yes,
not?
exactly right.
Yeah. And in response to something that Robot Man Greg had said on my Discord server, I've created a text channel which is just pictures of ducks.
Cool.
So yeah, I'll be posting pictures of friendly ducks there. If anyone needs just some eye bleach to bleach out the awfulness out there.
Oh, and there's so much awfulness. So much.
Yeah, I'm tempted to make a cats channel as well, just for pictures of cats. Maybe one for memes, but yeah. If you're on my Discord server, go check out ducks. I'll post a couple each day if I can remember.
Yeah, nice, because we all need brain wipes every now and then. It's just
yeah,
too much.
Good question, Kirsten. It's looking like it's either going to be Monday or Sunday for Dune Club. They're neck and neck in the poll on the channel. Are you? Let me know, Kirsten, if you're involved or not, because I haven't seen you on my Discord server. So,
Eddie, hello.
Hi guys.
Hello.
How you doing?
Overstimulated.
See you later, Celtic King.
You got it. Overstimulated. It's the times we live in. Yeah.
Too much excitement.
Too much happening. Way too much happening.
You saw that video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I ran into the fight. What an idiot. I'm such a bad example to my kids. Like if they did that, they'd be in so much trouble.
Well. What are you going to do?
Yeah, Breach, I can hear them coming out.
Stab them in the eyes.
Yes, Shaylee.
So I want to ask everyone, what have you learnt recently that you thought was very cool?
Ooh.
And I'm going to be asking anyone who wants to answer, basically, who joins us.
Yeah,
or in the chat. What have you learnt recently that you thought was really cool? The last couple of days, past week.
You act as if I learn things, honestly.
I have a saying. If you stop learning, you stop living.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah. I feel like if I ever stop having if I stop being curious and stop learning, it's just a point of stagnation, and why bother? So if I stop learning, I stop living. That's my motto.
Well, let's say I've been reading a lot. So that counts as learning, I think, because I've been reading things. Okay, the more fascinating thing, all the problems with modern tech are the fault of an insane person called Peter Thiel. He's
Okay.
I know that name.
He's a freaky libertarian right-wing prick who's like a billionaire now, and tech investor.
Of course.
He was an early investor in Facebook. He made a lot of money from PayPal, and he's a psycho. He is a fucking psycho. He's the whole like, yeah, break all the rules. Rules suck, you know. So he's mentored Mark Zuckerberg to be a complete piece of shit with regards to Facebook. And he encouraged like the Uber people to be, just break the laws in every city. What are they going to do? Laws are dumb. And
was he the Napster guy?
No. He wasn't in Napster. The Napster guy who was somewhat of an influence in the early days of Facebook, he didn't have any money. That was Sean Fanning. He didn't have any money. Peter Thiel is obscenely rich. And there's this article, a long article, because the book's just come out on him. And basically what people have been saying for years, Peter Thiel's a fucking psycho. And it's his fault that this psycho mentality has dominated Silicon Valley and global tech for the last 10 years.
Okay.
All his fault.
It's his fault.
What about you, Nettie? Have you learnt anything recently?
I learned that Melbourne can experience a proper earthquake.
That was a learning experience. Yeah.
And
that it's scary being upstairs.
Yeah. What floor are you on? You'd be only on like.
I'm only on 2.
2. Okay. So this is not my first earthquake, having lived in Melbourne all my life.
Yeah.
Definitely was the biggest one.
Yes.
Yeah.
We get a serious earthquake every decade or so, and by serious I mean 3 or 4.
You can feel it.
Yeah, you can feel it, and everyone like, oh, did you feel that? And everyone was like they feel just a shaking for like 2-3 seconds, and that was 20 seconds. That actually scared me. That one.
Yeah,
none of them have ever, even once I've experienced living up here on the 14th floor of this building, this 60-year-old building.
Yes.
Yeah, built in the 1960s, I'm sure, and it's public housing, so I'm sure they spared no expense. Yeah, that one scared me. The last one that happened was about 10 years ago, maybe 9. I think it was a 4-pointer. And that didn't scare me. That was a novelty.
Yeah, that was.
This one scared me.
Yeah.
Here's a bit of trivia. One happened on the exact same date, 22nd of September, 12 years ago. A bunch of people were saying, oh shit, I just saw my Facebook memories for today. And 12 years
really?
ago, yeah. That was the same
wow.
date, 12 years. I was working in the city when that one happened. And it was the office overlooked one of the little laneways, like Little Collins Street or something. And stuff started rumbling. And I just thought a big truck was going down the laneway. And I went, no, it's not that. And then it stopped. And then I just went to everyone, that was a tremor, yeah? And everyone went, yeah. But it was, again, it was this mild tremor and it was a novelty. Yesterday's got... because it just kept getting stronger, and it just got to the point where, okay, this is unsettling. This is very unsettling.
Yeah. Well, my building was swaying, not just shaking. It was swaying for a good 20 seconds. I woke up. My cat was so
sneezing.
scared. My cat was,
I just snoozed up because I'd woken up at 4 a.m. for no reason.
Yeah, okay.
As you do sometimes, and
I love
I was
it.
Just then
yeah. Oh, what's that? I love it how so many people said that they got woken up by it, and it was at what 7:30? Sorry, 9.
No, it's not 9:15. 9:15.
Yeah, it was after 9. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the
So
lockdown,
many.
everyone's. It's just great.
My two favorite bits were my Twitter feed went absolutely feral. It just started going.
Yeah.
Well, and then a few minutes afterwards, the number of people who were going, man, that woke me up, and I'm going, really, really woke you up?
Well,
okay.
Yeah. So for me living here, something like that, my brain, because my brain has anxiety about these things. It's like I first think, oh, is that a nuke going off? Is that a bomb? Is that the building falling over? Earthquake. Yeah. Earthquake is like the last on my list of disaster scenarios.
Yeah.
And I have to get earthquakes.
Yeah. We do.
We do, but we don't.
That went on long enough for my brain to just go, this is what you'd feel if a nuke detonated about 100 kilometers away. I had enough time for my brain to think that.
Same. But then I was like, I live so close to the city that if a nuke went off in the city, I'd just be dead. I wouldn't have time to think. I would just building gone. I went on the nuke map afterwards to have a look, just to make sure. And even a Hiroshima level, which is 20 kiloton, it's tiny compared to nukes nowadays. My building would be flattened.
Absolutely.
Engulfed by the fireball. So, eek. I
can't believe you guys have already worked this out. This is the last thing I'd work out.
I know it definitely popped into my head. I was because it was just enough. It was literally never experienced it before, and so my brain just went 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I guess I kind of feel like I missed half of it, because I was snoozing and it woke me up. And I'm like, train. Because I live close to trains now. Oh, train. That's a loud train. It's moving me. Hang on, that's not right.
I wake up at the drop of a hat, unfortunately. And it's usually my cat that wakes me up. I'm one of those annoying people that only needs one alarm to wake up. My lady friend, anytime I wake up in the morning and she has to go to work, she sets like 6 alarms. And even then I'm like, are you getting up yet? And I'm like 1 alarm and I'm out. And but I had to check social media just to make sure, yes, it was an earthquake. Because I was like, is this something else? Did a plane crash? Was it a bomb? If it was a nuke, I'd probably be dead, or throwing up, or like irradiated. But no, earthquake.
No. Stella's saying, as a geologist, she finds the earthquake talk hilarious.
I bet you have a lot of opinions and a lot of facts to give us about earthquakes and how often we get them. Fun fact, Port Phillip Bay?
Yes.
Yes? Yeah, no, of course you do. Hang on, I've been through a few quakes. My primary emotion is excitement. Yeah. So Port Phillip Bay used to be a river system, and I'm talking tens of thousands of years ago. And then a big earthquake hit, and the whole river system sunk, and now we have a bay. And that's why Arthur's Seat is up so high, and it's why there's specific channels that ships have to go along the bay to get out, because that was the old river system. Fun fact. I learned that in high school. So now you all learned something today.
And I like learning. That's good. I was just noticing, I'll talk my brain into gear again. Kirsten recommending Jeremy for an easy intro to Australian whiskies, try Starward Nova, which was in the cocktail I just made. Is good. Less than $100, sometimes for $80. My recommendation: keep an eye on Coles bottle shops. If you're ever near a Coles, like I paid Abigail that bottle of Nova for tech support because it was $20 off at Coles. And, the two.
So I've still got some left.
Yeah,
like I got a few drinks left, but I think I'm going to have the last drink of this blackberry gin because it goes so well with soda. Like it was made for soda.
Yeah, and Jeremy, Starward have kind of an entry level whiskey. It's a blended whiskey called Twofold. I saw that was on special at the Coles Bottle Shop last week for $60, which is like it was more than $10 off its normal price. So their quality drops, but every now and then, randomly, and they don't even advertise it, and it's not in all the bottle shops. You just have to look. The Coles will sometimes have Nova for like $20 off. They have Twofold for $10 off, so it's worth checking. But yes,
I check regularly.
Yeah. Oh, and Kirsten, just speaking about whiskies, I don't know if you saw. You probably would have seen it. Someone posted it in the Steve the Bartender group on Facebook. Someone or other ran a hottest 100 Australian spirits competition a while ago, and they published the results. Number one was Archie Rose Single Malt. It was, and I think they had lots of votes in that competition. And the Archie Rose Single Malt whiskey came in at number one, which is well deserved. It's very good. But now I've got that list. I'm just going through the list until I find something I've never had and it sounds good. And like very highly rated was the Bricks Distillery White Rum. So, and then I just saw an ad with, do this for 10% off. And I went, okay, everyone's just said, this is the best white rum made in Australia and you're offering 10% off. I'll do that. So sometime in the next week or two, I'll have a new white rum to try. But Australia Post are fucking up. Like that friggin' Applejack from Tasmania that I ordered 2 weeks ago on the stream still hasn't arrived. It's lost in limbo. I reckon Australia Post have just fucking lost it, actually.
Oh, they've lost a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
They've lost a lot of stuff.
But I don't know who to blame more. Because like Australia Post are usually pretty good, but they've just been under the pump so much, and they've been gutted. Like their funding keeps getting cut because the parcel side of it hasn't been privatized. That's the nationalized part. Like mail delivery and parcel delivery, that's still government owned. It's the front facing stores and shops and all that. That's all the privatized part. But the government's always trying to gut public services like the mail and health and and the pandemic has just made parcels the quantity just skyrocket. So I feel bad for the customer service people at Australia Post.
That's why I don't get angry at them. I haven't had a spray at them. One of my friends was on Twitter saying, "Oh, something's fucked up and lost here," and I just replied to them and said, "Oh yeah, me too. I've been waiting 2 weeks." And the Australia Post Twitter account went, "Oh, DM us," and I went, "Okay, I've already lodged a thing saying, can you please check because I think you've just lost it." And I said, "So here's my tracking number in case." Now, but I don't get angry at them because they're understaffed and overworked at the moment. And I knew when I ordered this could be delayed. But it's funny because I ordered from 3 different people on the same night, and one of them arrived after 2 days, which was Marionette, which they're actually literally just up the road, and they use a courier, not Australia Post.
They drop things off to me in person on a weekend to me once.
Yeah, they're pretty neat.
I've had a bunch of parcels delivered to my door from Australia Post.
Yeah.
Because why not? I don't know why. Maybe it was easier for them.
Yeah, the second one arrived after 5 days, and the third one is still lost in limbo. Like last week, they sent me a thing saying, "Yeah, okay, we thought you would have had it," and it was nice. They were being proactive and saying, "Hey, look, this is delayed. We thought you would have had it by now, but you don't." And so they literally said, "If you don't get it by Thursday the 23rd, tell us." And so it's Thursday the 23rd. So I told them, and they go, "Okay, we're opening an investigation. This is the case number." And then I just happened to mention it on Twitter, and the poor social media person from Australia Post said, "Oh, let us look into it for you." And I went, "Okay, here you go." But because I know there's some underpaid person responsible on the social media. No way I'm going on there. Australia Post fucking sucks, man.
Yeah.
I fucking hate them.
Nah.
You don't strike me as that type.
Oh, Telstra have pushed me to that.
Telstra do push people.
Yeah. I won't do an at Telstra, but I know they monitor just repetitions of Telstra. And I think I even tweeted once, as a rule, I won't do this because some poor underpaid shithead is doing this, but fuck Telstra. Fuck them so hard. Fuck them. I hate them.
I'm a little mad at Millennium and DHL for losing track of Shaylee's birthday present.
Damn.
I remember that
weeks and weeks. Yeah, it turned out it was at an Australia Post office, and Australia Post should have told me, should have been able to find it, but they didn't.
If something has to be delivered and not get lost, it's probably best to Express Post, because they have better tracking on Express Post. It's not fast anymore.
Millennium's in China.
Stuff from China. No.
Yeah.
Don't.
And they put the wrong address on. Well, not the wrong address. They put an incomplete address. They put because I asked them to send it to a locked locker, something, parcel locker.
Yeah, one of those parcel lockers. Yep.
Yeah. So they put that and the number, and then not the street address of the office, of the post office, and then just Melbourne.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised it was found at all, frankly.
Yeah. All those flamboyant shirts that I wear sometimes, they're all from Chinese sites. And I just order them and go, when the hell is that going to get here? And it's 4 to 8 weeks. Yeah. What's funny, because often, to get the best price, I'll buy 6 or 7 of them in one go. And they don't send them all together. So I'll get multiple packages over a 4 to 8 week period, which is more fun anyway. And it's more than once it's been oh, there's a package. What the hell is this? Oh, shit, I forgot I was still waiting for a shirt from that shipment. I thought I had them all because, I ordered a whole bunch of shirts and they arrived in dribs and drabs, and one shows up as oh, what's this? Oh, it's a surprise. Nice.
I don't understand why Kirsten is getting abusive phone calls.
Oh, people are
dickheads. She works.
People are dickheads.
They
ordered
what have
something.
They got to do with it?
No, people are dickheads. He's getting the abusive phone call because people are dickheads.
People are the worst.
I know. What a bunch of bastards.
Yep.
It's just people are self-centered, self-obsessed pieces of shit. It's every time something bad happens, why did that happen? Oh, because people are pieces of shit. People are just terrible. I have my moments where I'm pretty bad, but there's people those fuckheads doing the protesting. Like I said, there's only 2 groups of them. One are the actual Nazis, the far right, agitators who are trying to destabilize everything, and they're exploiting the fact that people are upset about lockdowns, and they're manipulating these self-absorbed fuckwits into their conspiracies. And so it's like, if you're in one of those protests, you're either a Nazi or you're a fuckwit who's being manipulated by a Nazi. And that's why I just have complete contempt. People, oh, they're ordinary families. Go, no, they're pieces of shit. Anyone who does that is an absolute piece of shit.
They were quite intimidating as they were walking down my street.
Well, they're very violent. They're very violent.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, it was the end of the day. They'd been walking all over the city in different groups. And really, they were just roaming gangs. Yeah. That's what they really were. It was like, you know, something that you read about from the 1960s America, you know, gangs that roamed the streets. That's what they were doing. And they were just being thugs. You know, and they get on their, some of them were getting on utes and just hanging off the ute and going, whoa. And, well, what, you know, I can show you the video if it ever uploads. But these guys.
Sorry,
yeah.
Mrs. Angry's in absolute hysterics in the next room, and I had to see what she was watching. She's watching Hard Quiz, and it's got to the final round, and the people just keep getting every question wrong. Like, they're now up to getting the two in the final playoff have both got 6 questions wrong in a row, and she's laughing because Tom Gleason's getting more and more sarcastic and abusive.
My friend won that.
Nice.
My friend who won that.
Yeah. Oh, congrats.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It took like 6 months for them to air it, but she had to like hold her tongue that whole time.
Oh wow! She wasn't supposed to tell anyone the whole time. Wow.
Yeah.
Hi, Toby.
6 months.
He's on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I like Kirsten's hang up response to people being shitheads when they call the distillery. Imagine making a fool of yourself over alcohol. Yeah.
Imagine alcohol. Imagine making a fool of yourself over alcohol before you've drunk it, and not as a result of drinking it. Like, maybe you shouldn't get this bottle. Because imagine what you'll be like after you've had a few.
Yeah. So you probably shouldn't be allowed to have it. And Heidi, yes, we were talking about violent anti-vaxxers. Yes. So I'm just trying to put them right here. Oh, all right. Oh, no, I just thought of something. I'm getting over here. I'm going to be a sophisticated motherfucker. Got one of my skewers. I need a sweeter drink this time. Oh, so I've got my ready-made Woodson and Ford current favorite cocktail for myself and Mrs. Angry. So I batched a whole bottle of it so I can just pour it out when we want one. It's rum, apple liqueur, sweet vermouth, and a little bit of Benedictine. And it is fucking excellent. It is such a good drink. And because I'm being sophisticated, I need a cherry. Where'd I put my Luxardo cherries? Right. Luxardo cherries.
It looks like nobody will be coming onto the stream.
Oh, nice. So, I kept one of my Starwood bottles because it's got all the neat stuff painted on the bottle, the starbursts and everything.
That's pretty.
So it's pretty. It's such a cool bottle. I had to keep it. I can still taste smoke from the smoked cocktail I had, actually. It's probably still just smoke hanging in the air in here. Okay, I probably just poured myself a double again. So watch out, he's gonna fall asleep again.
Oopsie
How long
daisy.
will it take him?
After this, I'm drinking water again. So it's just like
I'm technically drinking water right now.
Yeah. There's always some water in there.
There's always some water, yeah.
I just remembered one of an old WC.
Hey, nobody.
Hey, nobody. An old W.C. Fields quote, was notorious for his booze humor, and then he died horribly and painfully because of his years of alcohol abuse. Who had the final laugh there? But one of his lines that I've always liked is going, I remember I was on safari with some people and we got cut off from the outside world. And on the 5th day, we ran out of booze. It was terrible. For the next 2 weeks, we had to subsist on food and water.
No, that feeling.
He had a bunch of good jokes about booze, but then he died painfully and horribly because of decades of alcohol abuse. And it's like, it catches up with you.
Scruffy's gonna die the way he lived.
Yes. Megaleech, you're saying it's not even Friday. That's because tomorrow's a holiday, so I've kind of got 3 Fridays in a row. Three nights in a row where I don't have a prior commitment and I don't have to be up the next day. So fucking look out.
Which holidays?
It's grand final day. So it's only Melbourne. It's only Melbourne has tomorrow as a holiday.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So,
I should know this.
Fuck, that's a good drink. Sorry, like I was talking about I'd only rate that Mr. Black drink I made for the competition for my palate. I'd only rank that a 7 out of 10. But someone who likes coffee and whiskey would probably rank it 8 or 9 because it was actually pretty good balance. This one though, fucking Woodson and Ford, man, it's like 9.5. It is such a good drink. It's like fruity, sweet, and boozy, and it's just like hell yes. I mean, even if one day, I might actually try this like topped with soda because it'd probably go. Maybe why don't I do that now actually, and that'll also slow down the drunkening as well if I top it with
drunkening.
What sodas do I have? I have lemon and basil, and I have blood orange and sage. I think lemon and basil. I'm going to do it with lemon and basil. Good old Cappy. Again, proud. I should be sponsored by all these Australian beverage makers. Cappy make great sodas and tonics. So I'm going to top this up with sody, which will lighten it. I'm very intrigued as to what that's going to do to the taste, actually, because I've never had this with soda. I've always just had it neat or on ice. Usually I have it neat. A bit different tonight having it on ice. All right. So now it's a bit more sody. Oh, that's great. But the trouble with this, I could still make a strong drink. If I made this in a tall drink, like with soda, it doesn't taste boozy at all now. So I'd make the terrible mistake of just knocking it back and going, I'll have another, and then falling over at some point.
Unfortunately, in response to Kirsten's Go Sports, I'm kind of dating someone who's into the football.
Oh, well.
No, sports ball.
But we're not catching up. She's decided to watch it with someone else. So that's fine by me. And I don't get anything out of football. I kind of doze off or just find it really just chaotic. And so I am so okay with that. I'll just check in on the scores every now and then. And if a team wins, then party time. If they don't win, whatever,
Commiserations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I like is yelling in unison with a big crowd. I can do that.
Going to a live game is a real experience. I'm not really into watching it on TV at all. But as I've said a few times, if I have particularly an international visitor, during football season, I will absolutely say, let's go to the MCG and watch a football game, because it will be unlike any football game they've been to.
Okay.
If they're a European and they go to soccer, they're used to big crowds being really boisterous, but it's different. They're boisterous in a different way. But yeah, if they're an American who's only seen American sports, and yeah, they get big crowds and they're loud, but a Melbourne football crowd is very different to an American football crowd.
How really? I don't think I've been to. I've been to a rugby union game.
Yeah, it's a bit more intense. Like I always joke, people say we're not religious. Melbourne has a religion. It's called Australian Rules Football. So, but yeah, going to the G and seeing a game is a real experience. It's because I've got like this complete package with Foxtel, because I wanted the movies and the kids channels and the premium drama channels, and also I've got all the sports channels which I never watch, and that it's like, so it's every AFL game, but it's also all these American sports. I occasionally like taunting sports people and go, oh yeah, I've got the thing on Foxtel. I literally never watch it. There is like 10 sports channels. I've never watched one of them. You're like, what? That's just the way it is.
Yeah, we used to have Foxtel too. I gave up Foxtel after I was just so disgusted with the Murdoch press denying bushfires.
Yeah.
Denying that they had to do with climate change, that I got rid of my Foxtel.
Well, you have a stronger moral compass than I do, because you are absolutely in the right in that action. I'm
glad I did it.
I first got it. I got it for two reasons. Because I got it a long time ago when my offspring were little kids. Because
me too.
There was a bunch of kids channels on there, and I wanted the comedy channel, which doesn't even exist anymore. Back when Jon Stewart was on The Daily Show and Stephen Colbert. No,
I didn't even know that.
Colbert Report.
Yeah. So so that was what I originally got it for. One of them, and now I've got it mainly for the premium dramas and movies, because they do have very good drama series and movies on it. They tend to have a better movie selection than any of the streaming services. But mind you, Prime has some weird shit on it, which I thoroughly applaud. Like, when you watch something, or even if you look something up, these things will always have people who watch this also watch this. Yeah. I love going down the rabbit hole of, so people who watch this also watch this. And you go down and look at them and go, that's weird, when you select that. And then it's like, people who watch this. And you get into, like, you start off with The Expanse. And then you literally end up with 1930s sci-fi serials that were run on Saturday mornings in cinemas. Buster Crabbe, fighting the invaders from Mars. I'm like, holy shit. How is this on here? Because you first go, oh, look, they've got the occasional weird 70s sci-fi. Cool. And you select that. Then you get a weird 60s sci-fi. And then it's weird. And then he goes right back to these black and white Buster Crabbe fighting the Martians things. And it was like, wow. That's wild.
What a great name, Buster Crabbe.
Jeff Bezos likes that old weird shit. So he actually paid to have that on the Amazon Prime Video thing. So,
okay.
Yeah, so he's a piece of shit, but he did get some good stuff on time. Oh no, Bezos is garbage. He's got people working for slave wages.
Yeah.
Literally everyone.
Yes, he is. He's terrible, which makes me think that he'll be Meghan Markle's next husband.
Maybe. She's going to divorce Harry and marry Jeff Bezos. But he had the most. Well, his divorce was more expensive than Gates's because he had more assets than Gates. He had the most expensive divorce in history. And it's like because he was sending dick pics to young staff members and whatnot. And so his wife divorced him and she got tens of billions of dollars.
She got half, I think. Like half.
And it's just like, my God. And apparently, so she's goes and does all these philanthropic things and supports unions and shit just to piss off Jeff Bezos. You know that crowd, Bezos and Gates and everyone at Apple and Elon Musk, they should all be in prison until everyone who's working, and I mean everyone, that includes people in China, India, everywhere, everyone who's working to create their wealth needs to have a living wage, and those fuckers should not be allowed out of prison to everyone who's contributing to their wealth has a living wage. They are a full-time employee with benefits. And so when people say, how radical are your politics? And I'm going, basically every boss should be imprisoned until all their workers have a living wage. I'm not saying
that's very... I don't find that very radical at all. I just find that like par for the course, really. Compost the rich.
Mild. I think it's pretty mild. It's just like, oops, my ice came out. Okay.
Hey,
look at this big old tube of. It's a bit frothy, but it's absolutely clear. That little bit at the end.
So cool.
All the impurities get pushed to the bottom. That is
very cool.
Physics, or is it chemistry? All the impurities get pushed to the bottom as it freezes.
They're into chemistry and physics is kind of
combined.
Chemical engineering
overlap.
Yeah,
that's more physics than chemistry.
I think it's physics because this is insulated, double wall insulated. So it's directional freezing. It freezes from the top down, and it pushes all the impurities to the bottom. When you freeze a normal ice cube, it freezes from all directions at once. So all the impurities get...
Impurities or just air bubbles?
Both. Air bubbles are very visible, but there's water... because you get less of that if you use filtered or boiled water. Because that gets rid of some of the impurities. But yeah... It's mainly air bubbles. It's mainly air bubbles, but it's impurities as well. So with normal ice cubes at Nettie disappeared.
Oh, we lost Nettie.
Oh
no.
With normal ice cubes, it freezes from all directions at once. So the air bubbles are just suspended. So you have cloudy ice. With directional freezing, it freezes clear and pushes all the impurities down. If you ever go to a bar and they have those impossibly sexy... speaking of impossibly sexy, Nettie's come back.
Nettie.
I just love when someone comes in just as I'm saying something I can use. So yes, if you go to a bar and they have those impossibly sexy cubes of ice that are absolutely clear, they come from I think there's one factory in Melbourne that makes it. Like they invested in these outrageously expensive machines that do this continuous freezing thing, like water. The water in it flows over it and it freezes, and it just pushes out this perfectly clear ice, and they get just massive fucking chunks of it. And they have bandsaws there in the factory, and they cut it into the different shapes for bars and package it up. So then the bars get this perfectly clear ice. They have these incredibly expensive machines that do it. But all you need is something that's insulated, and you'll get directional freezing. If you have the freezer space, get like a mini esky and take the lid off it, and then you get a huge fucking chunk of clear ice. But I don't have the freezer space for that. And speaking of, here's Nobody. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Nobody.
For some reason, my camera is getting lots of glare off my light today.
It's just catching it, I think. Yeah. Oh, my God. This is actually... Okay, I'm just saying my Woodson and Ford with soda is really good. It's just like incredibly dangerous. Now it doesn't taste like alcohol at all.
Some of you might have seen my remark in the comments before. According to some people out there, I'm going to need to isolate now. Because I've gone
you've got your 5G.
Uh-oh, look out.
Does 5G give you COVID now?
Yeah, we'll get COVID from the 5G router. Yeah.
I'm switching to
apparently
5G because my NBN
in China
works
they're
well
setting
where I
up
am.
6G.
Where I am, my
I don't know what
NBN
the
works
fuck
pretty
6G
well.
is.
Where I'm going, my NBN would be useless.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
And Telstra won by default because they're the only provider that's actually got coverage in the area.
Don't you hate that?
But actually, the price was as good as any of the other suppliers. And and the speed tests are good. I ran a check on the network this afternoon, and it exceeded what NBN can do to the tune of over 200 megabits faster than the maximum speed NBN is in this area. So I'm going, yes, thank you. I like it.
Alrighty. I'm just fiddling around because I want to do a very short video about my ice. So don't mind me. I'm just fiddling around.
Dogs are bad.
It's all good. Yeah, because this is literally going to be a short that has to be under 60 seconds. So I got to explain how I made this ice in 60 seconds. So
good luck with that.
Yeah.
So nobody.
Yes,
I'm going to switch my microphone off anyway because I'm going to be doing this.
Sure. Tell me something you've learned recently, if you have.
Okay, you got me on the spot here. Because, I mean, we're always learning things, constantly learning little things, learning big things. But to come up with something specific.
Something that stands out.
It'll come to me later.
Okay.
I'm sure there is something significant, but
I couldn't think of anything either.
How about the chat? Did anyone in the chat respond? Anyone in the chat learned anything?
Yeah, Nettie learnt about where was it?
Well, that's right. I learned that
earthquakes. Not Nettie, Kirsten.
Something about earthquakes.
Yeah. Okay. Kirsten learnt something about spirits that I can't find in the chat. The different applications, I'm going to assume you said, applications of American oak and the different influence on spirit. So, cool. Follow-up question, what is that HOTUS behind you? What model? The joystick and throttle?
Oh, that. Something I haven't used.
What model is that?
Is that the
T-Flight HOTUS?
Afterburner 2. It says Top Gun Afterburner 2 written there.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay.
I picked it up at an op shop or a garage sale or something.
Yeah. I used to have a model very similar to that. They're like, I would put them in the cheap and nasty range, but they're the higher end cheap and nasty. You can certainly do a lot worse.
I think that's
but you can certainly do a lot better.
Statement. I think that's probably a fair observation.
Yeah.
A lot of Logitech stuff. I think it's Logitech.
That's not Logitech. That's
not Logitech.
Thrustmaster.
That's not Logitech. The name reminded me of some of the Logitech stuff. Anyway, Logitech stuff. A lot of that is stuff you buy when you don't want to spend lots of money on expensive brands, but you still want something that isn't total shit. That's my experience of Logitech has been that it's it's kind of the affordable. It's the affordable good stuff. It's not top shelf, but it's pretty good. I mean, they do have top shelf stuff.
The first mouse that I bought that was an optical mouse. I didn't have a mouse ball. Was a Logitech, and I bought 2 of them. They still work. And this is 20 years old.
Really?
They were the first. They're USB 1, i.e. USB, because back then there was only USB 1, and they have a scroll wheel, which was like their next model up, because the original one didn't have the scroll wheel because they weren't very common back then, and it still works. I've had to like one of them. I had to replace. I had to glue some glue something to the plastic to hit the micro switch properly because it wasn't clicking properly. But apart from that, still going. I think pretty highly of Logitech gear. So
yeah, it's not bad stuff. I'm not necessarily criticizing it.
I got a tiny little notebook from them once, and it lasted only a year.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Actually, Raiders
gave up the ghost
about the racing stuff.
Okay, so
the Logitech stuff is way ahead of other things.
I had the Thrustmaster Hotus X, T-Flight Hotus X, and I got sick of trying to diagnose what was wrong with it, so I bought a it's been bought out by Logitech. The what is it? X52 Pro Hotus, and it's great.
A good toy.
Oh yeah. How much was that? Because I'm thinking of upgrading Will's for his he plays racing games.
Oh, it's a pity. What's a pity? I didn't know sooner that you were getting something. I actually recently got sold a spare one.
Oh, okay.
Unlucky.
Bummer.
I got that secondhand from a Cashies years ago.
Okay.
I think it was 170 at the time.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's geared. The force feedback stuff is geared, so the wheel has a full 900 degrees lock-to-lock turning radius, which is like fine if you want to simulate a fucking old truck or something, because nothing, my car doesn't turn that many times lock-to-lock. But so a lot of adjustment. And the feedback will take the wheel out of your hands if you're not careful, depending on the app. Got 2 pretty substantial motors.
What's a G29? Is that are they any good?
That's a later model. Yeah, it's basically a newer upgrade.
Okay.
Yeah, I sold a G27.
How much Raiders? How much are you selling it for? Because okay, my son has a racing wheel, and it's a bit of a piece of shit. It's not a piece of shit, but just doesn't work properly. You plug it in and things just don't work properly, and
Might have dry joints or dirty contacts.
Well, that and are you serious, Raiders? I'll pay for postage. Like I will happily give you money for it. Thank you so much. That would be amazing. Thank you. I don't know how to. Okay, sure thing, Nettie. Yeah. Yes, I agree, Suffer. Raiders, you are a top bloke.
Totally.
How about we've got to figure out a way to get in contact that's not in public.
Why don't we get when Angry comes back? Get Angry to throw a link or something.
Yeah.
Or I could. I've got it.
I don't want to post my email address. I'm in there over.
Use temp mail. You can put temp mail publicly. You get Raiders to email it, and I've got a temp mail browser add-on. You've probably got one too, so that could work.
Raiders is sorting it out. I'm having a seniors moment. Well, I'm having an alcohol moment.
Yeah, fair enough. That can relate.
Thank you, Raiders. I owe you one. That is incredibly generous. My son plays GTA, so it's not exactly racing, but it's also the way he drives. It's pretty much racing and crashing.
Oh yeah, driving in GTA 5 is hilarious. It's just like you just go hell for leather until you absolutely total a car, and then just pull a gun on someone and take their car.
I tried to. I jumped on. He has the racing wheel, and I tried to drive properly in that game, and it was it's not a physics engine. It doesn't.
It's an approximation. Yes.
No matter how good the software, nothing is quite the same as the real thing. You know, in racing sims, you know, I've driven cars in racing sims that are capable of doing 300 k's an hour plus, and the experience is, that's kind of fun. But then I get into, you know, my brother's car, which is capable, probably, if you had a long enough straightaway, it'd probably get over 250 k's an hour. Maybe it would get to 300, but probably not. In fact, it probably wouldn't. Definitely wouldn't, I would say. But, you know, point is, you know, it can do 200 plus a little bit. And the fact that it's real car makes the experience a lot more fun than any simulator is going to make it.
a bit intense, I imagine. Yeah.
I'm not going to say how the fastest I've ever driven on camera, because I don't want to incriminate myself.
Without dates and timestamps, it's a bit hard to incriminate yourself. They can't make it stick. Put it this way: I know how quickly my brother's car gets to 150.
Okay.
Very.
Well, I was in my.
I know how quickly my car takes to get to 150 too.
Okay, so I owned a 96 EL Falcon.
Yeah.
And it was 3 or 4 in the morning. I was very drunk and very depressed and very down. And I think I hit 220 on the Eastern Freeway. Not another car in sight, thank goodness.
I'm guessing that car felt a lot more secure on the road at that speed than my brother's Sigma did.
Yeah.
Sigmas at 200 k's an hour don't feel very comfortable. They feel like you're going to float off the road and crash.
Yeah,
they really do.
Yeah, they're not really.
Like my brother's Sigma's got a bit of a worked engine, and it's off the road at the moment. It got ironically, somebody else wrote it off. It wasn't him.
Oh no. Okay.
But it's got a worked engine, and I was in it one night. It was, you know, very late at night, very few cars on the road, and he just held it down and wound it off the speedo, wound it off the dial.
Right.
And I'm going, it doesn't feel safe.
Actually,
needless to say, I've never done anything as stupid as that since. And
I've been at 100.
Don't do that at home. Don't do this at home, kids.
Yeah, do it somewhere else.
Do it at a racing track. That's built for it.
I would love to take my car out to a racing track, but I think I'd end up on manslaughter charges because the other drivers would die laughing.
That's funny. I don't mean to laugh at you. I'm laughing with you.
It is funny. My car is a 1991 Mitsubishi Magna with an engine that that consumes almost as much oil as it does fuel.
I once had a
driveway where the car gets parked.
I had an XF Falcon, and that was like the. Oh no! Nettie! Oh no! Dropped a drink. The XF Falcon was the last model Falcon before fuel injection, so it had a carburetor, and you just throw oil and water at it, and it just kept going and going and going.
My car was actually carby when I got it. It's not now.
Yeah.
Okay. After about 2 weeks of swearing and undoing, funny enough, the Magnus from the late 80s and early 90s, if depending on which model you got, some of them had carburetors, some of them had fuel injection. My particular model came with carburetor, so we went to a wreckers and got all the fuel injection off another model. In order to install the fuel injection, you've got to change the fuel pump to the fuel injected pump that's higher pressure. And in order to do that, you've got to change the fuel line. And in order to do that, you've got to drop the entire front end out because it's fuel line sandwiched between the K-frame and the fucking firewall. So we had to completely strip my car bare in the front end to change the fuel system over to injected. But it's not the first time we've had my car in pieces. A prior time, we had to modify it to take a clutch pedal because the provisions weren't made in the auto shell.
Oh, that's very resourceful.
We did quite well. We did quite well. We only had one small fire.
Oh,
just one.
There's all sound deadening and stuff like that buried in there, and it's glued to the car. And we had to weld stuff in there. So the fact that we only got one spot fire was actually doing pretty well. In fact, when we were fixing the rust in my roof, we had a much bigger fire.
Oh my god!
That's the thing you got to put on when you're selling it. Only had one fire.
Two fires.
Wow.
Two little ones.
Only two fires. Like my car only stolen twice.
Just for the record, the fire did not burn long, and it didn't actually consume anything of the car. I mean, it stained it a little bit, but see, what the problem was our own stupidity. See, the thing is, when you go rust proofing a car, be sure that you've finished welding anything up that needs welding before you spray the rust proofing in, because it's flammable. And in fact, it goes up like fucking matches.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
So, a little bit of welding, weld, splat. That's quite the flame front we've got there. I don't feel good about this, but now I'm having to spray water on unpainted metal because it's on fire.
That's a teachable moment right there.
It was one of those that wasn't very smart moments.
It was at this moment he realized he fucked up.
Don't exactly, kids. Do not weld metal after you've immediately sprayed rust proofing. It burns. It's full of fucking petrochemicals.
Yeah,
it burns.
Oh dear.
Well.
Oh dear.
And the thing about welding is it makes things reach ignition temperature.
Yes, very much so.
It's the equivalent of welding your petrol tank. Don't fucking do that.
Yeah, don't do it.
Don't worry.
There's a hole in the petrol tank. Now I've got a welder. I'll fix that. Like,
boom. Fuck.
Raiders, that's perfectly okay. He has a PlayStation 4, I think, is not the latest one, but the one before it.
Yeah,
and a PC. So we don't have.
I've only set a mower on fire.
PC, you may have trouble with the PlayStation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the steering wheel I recently got rid of. I had a steering wheel for a PS3. A mate of mine tried to use it on his PS4, wouldn't talk to it.
Oh wow!
So you may have compatibility issues with your PS4.
Well, he has it on PC as well, so
yeah, it'll probably work on that because the PC is it's one of those things that doesn't really give a fuck about the age or something. It just goes, "Yep, I got this. Let's go backwards compatibility." Whereas the console goes, "No, I want the right one or nothing. Fuck you."
Unless, like, there were problems with PS3 controllers on PC. PS4 controllers are fine though.
I actually never had any trouble with PS3 controllers or PS2 controllers or any of that stuff.
Yeah. All right.
Never had any trouble.
You never know your luck. Luck. Sorry, I just wanted to go back to the speeding cars story. This is a legal one, but it's still fascinating.
Okay.
A friend of mine who was in Europe, because you get the German autobahns that have no speed limit. And so they hired some really beefed up Mercedes, and so they got on the autobahn and they're just going, "How far can we take it?" And they're putting their foot down and it's going, and he's going, and they're like passing 200 kilometers an hour, and they're going, "This is a bit freaky how fast we're going." And he said, he's driving, it's like 200 kilometers an hour. He's going, "Well, this is wild." And he saw this car in his rear view, and it just went, and it was a Ferrari, and he's going, "That was doing like 350 kilometers an hour." It was just, it's like we were going 200 kilometers an hour, and I saw it, and then it just went, and I was like, "What the fuck was that?"
You know, I tried to a girl once by sticking my foot down, but it turns out she's seen bins operate that way before.
I didn't catch that.
Lovely. Say it again. Lovely.
It was a pun. I said I tried to impress a girl once by sticking my foot down. It turns out she's seen bins open that way before.
See, I thought that was going to be an innuendo pun, but it wasn't.
No, it was just a dad joke.
It was just a dad joke.
It was a beautiful dad joke. Not just a dad joke, a beautiful dad joke.
It is.
Fair.
And I decided to go, this is possibly my favorite of these shirts. These cats are mixing and drinking cocktails.
Oh, they're so cute.
There was a thing happening in the chats the other night when you had the shirt where everything was upside down. And they're saying you need to do a cocktail video upside down. And we've decided that what you need to do is in edit flip the image so everything is so the pictures are all the right way up and everything else is wrong.
Which is pretty easy to do. Pick homie, is this a gay fest? With any luck, let's do
it.
Let's do it. Let's just have a bunch of gay action.
I think
why not?
If you're trying to hurt us, you're gonna have to do a bit better than that.
It was the weirdest thing. Like, what are the two dumbest insults?
That shit's not gonna bother me.
The two dumbest insults these reactionary fuckwits do on the internet, like gay and autistic, and I'm like, dude, neither of those are insults. Okay.
I am quite
awesome. Gay fest it is.
Yeah,
I'm quite neutrally heterosexual in that I'm not proud, not ashamed, because it just doesn't fucking matter.
It just is.
And I am a proud fucking Aspie. So yeah, that's for other people to fucking deal with, not my problem.
Yeah. If this worked where I could just constantly change the name of the stream just in honor of this person, this would now be non-stop gay fest. What the fuck?
Raiders, that would be amazing. I'm just near Carlton. Like,
Raiders, you legend.
Carlton.
You fucking legend.
You are a legend. Thank
you
so much. I really appreciate it. That is top work, mate. Thank you.
A ticker. Thank you. See, Mega Leech is more on top of it than me. I can do tickers on here.
Yes.
Tickers?
What? No, I'll do it. I can do
what's it
banners.
Gonna say?
Okay.
Just
this
welcome
is a
to the gay fest.
This is a non-stop gay fest. Deal with it. I don't know.
Yep. Yep. I love it.
All right. This is a non-stop. I think I need to go cats here. Gay fest.
Gay fest. Yep.
Well,
what's that one?
Dear Christian, some people are gay. Get over it. Love God. And the D is all squiff.
The man holding that up is an Anglican priest.
Yeah, I know that church. Yeah.
Is that the Gosford one?
Yes, it is.
Very loved.
I thought given that there was
bad.
There we are.
I love it. This fuckwit was like it's racist about black gangs whacking old people. Okay, that doesn't deserve a response, actually.
No, I'm just they're boring. They're boring, but I love that they've inspired for it to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's totally backfired for them. They're like, oh,
I know,
and I'm going to upset them. I'm going to be all homophobic and accuse them of saying it's racist to suggest that only black people are doing crime or something. I don't know what the fucking point is.
Yeah,
they probably wouldn't know exactly what their point is. I don't think they'd recognize a point if it was needles sharp and stuck up their ass.
I'm willing to try. I am willing to try.
For things like that.
I'm willing to try. Just get a big rail spike and inscribe on it the point, and then get a mallet and boop, 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 and see if they work it out.
Doing God's work right there.
Am I going too far? Am I going too far?
It's God's job to forgive. Sometimes it's nice to arrange the meeting.
Yeah. What's the old saying? Kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Yeah.
I don't know who first said that, but the first time I saw it was in a trauma film from the 80s. They're most famous for The Toxic Avenger, but through the 80s and early 90s, they did all these Z-grade films. And I think it was in Surf Nazi
weird films.
Die. Yeah. Surf Nazis Must Die. They had a character who decided she was going to kill all the surf Nazis, and it was just like spraying things. Don't you worry, you'll hit the wrong person. She's like, kill them all. Let God sort them out.
I think it might have been actually it might have been a medieval sort of justification for war.
It sounds like something General Patton would have said, quite honestly. That guy was crazy. It's like he was one of the most dynamic US generals in World War II, and he was continually rubbing people the wrong way because he didn't believe in post-traumatic stress disorder, or what was called shell shock at the time, and he physically assaulted a soldier who was in a hospital ward because they were calling it shell shock. We'd call it post-traumatic stress disorder, which we now know is absolutely real. It's something that absolutely cripples you. And when he found out this guy was in there because he couldn't face it anymore and he was in amongst the men, he slapped him or punched him or something, and he got reprimanded for it. And my favorite thing was when the Nazis heard that Patton had been reprimanded for slapping an enlisted man, they went, no, this is subterfuge. There's no way. Patton's off doing something. There's no way they sideline one of their top generals because he slapped an enlisted man. But he wanted to go when they beat the Nazis. He hated the communists. He said, "We're here. We've got all our armies here in Europe. Now we should just go east and go straight into Russia." And everyone went, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, we've just had like this horrible war, and now your big plan is let's keep going and attack Russia. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?" And then he died in an accident. If the internet had existed in World War II, all the conspiracy theorists would have been all over that. Patton was agitating, saying we should attack Russia, and all the authorities were saying, dude, shut the fuck up. And then he died in an auto accident in Paris. The conspiracy theorists would have been all over that. Like, it's not an accident, man. Pattongate. Hashtag Pattongate.
The Queen had him assassinated. Yeah.
Hey, Angry Raiders has apparently sent you his mobile number.
Oh, okay.
Could you forward my mobile number to him, or send me his number? Either way.
I'll do both. All
Why not both?
Why not both? I will do both. Raiders, I will reply to your DM, and Abigail, I will text you.
Cool. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay. Don't mind me while I'll just say it out loud because I cannot type things and talk about something that I'm not typing. So Raiders number is, and I won't say it out loud. But I can't say anything else while I'm typing it. Okay, I'm then going to out. Raiders has lots of 5s in his number. You work out which ones they are, though.
5.
Yes. Yeah, that's the Hollywood one. 555.
555.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone's going, fuck, where's my phone? Like that. I'm going to call them. It's a character
555.
Just got it.
There you go. I heard the Star Trek communicator noise.
Yep.
Okay.
That is more than average number of 5s.
It is, isn't it? It's like half the numbers of 5s.
Ringtones. Everyone.
It's
knows
like IT crowd.
Yes.
The new emergency number had how it had like it has a buttload of 9s in it.
Yes.
011899988199991197253.
Yeah.
I used to a volunteer I was working.
Google it. I got it right.
Somebody asked for his phone number, and he started reading that off and going, "Why does that sound familiar?" Oh, you smart ass little prick! And he's total deadpan, like he was serious. You know, the guy's going, "Yep, you ready?" So he's got his pen and paper ready to write, and he goes, "So it's 0118999," and he's going, totally deadpan serious, like.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, I have my enjoyment of the IT crowd, which I do love, is tainted by the fact the creator and main writer is a gross transphobe. But he wasn't when the show was on. But I think he's disappeared from social media because he realized he was destroying his career with his fuckery.
I claim death of the author on the IT crowd.
Yeah, definitely.
Just like we have with J.K. Rowling. She's dead, and now all of the Harry Potter books were written by Chuck Tingle.
Yeah. Oh, I love a meme started circulating in just the last week, which is like the Simpsons one, that weird episode they did when Seymour Skinner wasn't really Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner. Had been in prison. And at the end, when they literally railroad him out of town, he goes, "But I served my country. I spent 20 years in a Vietnamese prison." And they go, "And we salute you for it. Now never come back." Someone's got those images and they've stuck a picture of J.K. Rowling's head on Sergeant Skinner's head and saying, "But I wrote Harry Potter." And the townsfolk say, "And we salute you for it. Now never come back." I love memes. Memes are awesome. Simpsons memes doubly so.
I like it when whenever what's his face? Twin Peaks guy. What's his name? The guy who
David Lynch.
June. David Lynch.
Yeah.
Whenever he like just makes a grand pronouncement, like God was actually a woman, and someone would say, "Do you have evidence for that?" And he said, "No." Or like, can you prove that? I don't want to.
Yeah.
Or just like he just like, this is now it. This is now the thing. I'm ballsing that up completely. He said something way wittier than what I just said.
It's also the delivery of a line that can really make or break it too. When if somebody delivers a line, I
think it was like
I found it funny because I know David Lynch.
No, he's great.
He's great.
Did you watch the season 3 when it was on? Season 3 of Twin Peaks?
Oh, no, I couldn't make heads or tails of Twin Peaks. My brain just couldn't handle it. I need something much less abstract and coherent.
Abstract. It went very. Did you give season 3 a try though? Did you get very far?
I've not seen any of it.
I was young, and it was the 80s or 90s.
No,
you're thinking season 1 and 2.
A couple of years ago. Season 3 was only a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay.
No, because right at the end, in the sort of, in the Red Lodge, the Black Lodge, Kyle MacLachlan's character, oh my God, I can't believe I can't think of what his name is.
Agent Cooper. Dale Cooper.
Agent Cooper and Laura. Oh my God. I have no fucking brain. I can't remember her name. Wrapped in plastic woman.
Brain doesn't matter.
Laura.
Says, see you in 25 years. And it was exactly 25 years later that they made the 3rd season. And it was much more of a psycho horror thing.
What I think is funny.
Safa's question. Apologies for interrupting, Angry.
No, go for it, man.
Safa asked the question, who created the first ever meme? So I Googled that.
Nice.
Richard Dawkins?
No, he didn't invent the term.
Ambiguous.
There
is a reference to a comic found in 1921.
But he coined the name meme, didn't he?
No, I don't think he did.
Because I read that book, The Blind Watchmaker, where he coined the term, or used it. I'm gonna do a.
No, you're correct.
Sorry,
you're correct. You are correct.
The word meme apparently was coined in 1976, according to dictionary.com.
Yeah.
And the expression was coined by evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins.
Yeah. Who hates that meme has come to mean internet joke. He hates it.
Yeah.
But then again, he fucking sucks. So
he sucks now.
Yeah, meme captures the concept of cultural transmission of ideas in general, blah blah blah. Doesn't necessarily say who.
But in terms of
made the first meme, but who?
But because there would be no start point, because there were like internet jokes that got shared, and at a certain point, people started calling them memes because they were spreading virally, which had a correlation to Dawkins's definition. But apparently he really fucking hates that meme just now means internet joke. So because the original meme
even more now.
What did we used to call the things that had text on them? They were
Rage comics?
No. No, there was a name for the images that had text on them, and I forget what it was. But we ended up calling them memes.
According to, again, dictionary.com, it's just the first Google result that comes up. A a piece called Baby Cha Cha Cha, also known as Dancing Baby, was the first meme to go viral on the internet. The meme was created in
I remember that thing.
1996 to
See,
showcase
that thing was creepy.
That's very
yeah.
That's
So
very
that's
subjective to call that a meme. See, in modern context, memes are like still images that convey ideas. Yeah. That was a viral video. The animated GIF of the dancing baby was a viral videos are not memes. They're in modern parlance, those are different things. Macro, no, Heine got it. They were called macro images. That's what we called them.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I remember that.
They were originally called macro images, and now we just call them memes. Yes. So, oh my God, what a discourse.
Abigail. We now have an answer to your question about what we've learned recently.
Yeah, memes.
We've all learned it simultaneously.
Yeah. So, I think the first
are a type of meme.
I would argue the first macro image that became an incredibly widespread meme, but this was before we were calling them memes, was the picture of the cat with the hopeful expression saying "I can have cheeseburger." I would regard that as a pivotal macro image. And we weren't calling them memes at that point, but I think that was the one where it's like image with stupid text on it becomes joke you share across the internet. And for a year or so, it was all about cats, and then it just spiraled into limitless weird shit. And over the subsequent 15 years, we have done some very weird shit.
Hey, I've done some weird shit in my time.
To read.
Some weird gay shit too.
Yeah. There was that weird phase of a couple years ago of where the images had been sort of resampled multiple times, so the JPEG artifacts were like out of control. And so it's just wildly distorted. There was a very brief period where that was the most common meme, where they'd resampled it so many times the JPEG artifacts had got out of control. And like deliberately distorted, and trying to explain it to boomers and older Gen X why this is regarded as a joke. It's just like, what? And like, yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
It was definitely one of those things that, pulled people together as netizens.
Yeah. So in jokes. And that's what it did start. And that started in the 90s. Like in fucking text-based Usenet groups, in jokes, you'd be on a particular Usenet group and you'd develop your own shorthand and whatnot. And anyone who stumbled in would be like, what the fuck are you people talking about? And even then there were layers there were like sedimentary layers of jokes that you'd say one line and it would be a reference to a joke, which was a reference to a joke, which was a reference to a joke, which was a reference to a joke. And only people who'd been there for that whole accretion of layers would get it. And people saying, why are you all laughing at what that person just said? And it was just like...
Old Gothic was full of jokes about bread wars and cabals.
Yep.
And they actually had a text bread war where they chucked things at each other and hid behind the couch and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have much of the way of an inside joke, but for a short time I was professionally refurbishing computers. Very hard to make money that way.
Okay.
But in the paperwork, one of the codes we had for if a computer was beyond repair was NAV, which is just simply not a virgin.
Oh, it's totally fucked.
It's fucked, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, sending support messages saying like, oh, yeah, user reported problems, blah, blah, blah. It was PEBCAC error. And
the problem exists between the keyboard and chair.
Yeah.
Yep.
In other words, that person's just a fucking idiot.
That reminds me of a prank I pulled on a mate, actually. Do you remember the old trick? But you can still do it, really, where you take a screen dump of your desktop with all the icons on display, and then you tell Windows to hide the desktop icons, and you set that as your background wallpaper.
Yeah.
So
and
I had
someone trying to click on the icons.
I put you know, he could get those joke error messages, so they'd say, you know, whatever, and I put one of those in the middle of the screen as well. So the computer booted up, and he's going and clicking and trying to click OK, and it won't go away. He restarts the computer, it comes back, and he's going, "Oh, it's broken."
Oh,
gotcha.
Oh.
So
the error message said, user error, replace user.
I was once a network administrator for a medium-sized telecommunications company, and the shenanigans that we used to get up to, the phone techs would that their pranks were very base and kind of droll. Like occasionally one of them would come into my office and just fart and then leave or shit like that. But what I would do, because I had administrator access to the entire network, I would remotely shut down the Explorer process on their machines just at random. And they'd go, oh, what? Because you know how like it shuts the desktop down and then brings it back up. And then I created a fake blue screen of death application that simulated a blue screen of death on their computer remotely, and I could. All they had to do was press a button and they'd go back to work. But I'd put custom messages on it, like, so you get a blue screen of death, say you are too stupid to use this computer and shit like that. I wrote a program once. Remember, there was a command that you could a console command called netsend, where you could send a message to other you send a message to another PC. But it would tell them who the message is from. But I figured out how to spoof the sender as the receiver. So the message looked like it came from themselves.
From them.
And I had people running around circles. People thought there was a hacker trying to hack in, because that's how that works. And my boss was just sitting back, just laughing. He was just laughing at me because he knew.
He knew it was you.
He knew what I got up to. Fun times.
I would have both hated and loved working in your office.
I only did it to people who played the game.
At the same time, that is fucking genius.
So I didn't do it to like most people there. Like I didn't. The receptionist, she was a nice girl. I didn't do it to her. I didn't do it to the head of sales.
You definitely would have done.
It was all the hardware technicians and a couple of the programmers and people who could take a joke. Yeah.
Yes. I worked for.
To bring him down a peg or two.
Yeah. I worked for Sausage Software back in the day, and I'm willing to say it because the company hasn't existed for a very long time. It was actually the founder. The founder, Steve Outram, was Australia's first internet millionaire because he developed an HTML coding program because he was like, okay, the early building websites, you had to manually code HTML. And he was a nerd and he was doing that piece going, oh, but other people don't want to do this. And there's no tool to help people build a site and do the HTML for them. So he built one, which he called Sausage Software, which is apparently named after his own penis because rumor had it he had a big dick and his nickname for years had been Sausage because people were apparently aware of the fact he had a big dick. Anyway, this is all public knowledge. I'm not letting out any secrets. But I'm talking about, because this was 90s, early noughties. So this was the early days of the internet in Australia. So they had some Wild West shit going on. And like they found things. This was an actual thing they found. They realized there was network traffic they couldn't account for, and network traffic was expensive back in the day. And they were the nerds who were there. They're going, yeah, we're getting this bill, and there's like 25% of the network traffic we can't account for. When they were trying to work out, and they found it, and just by being really methodical, they found a senior tech who had either quit or they'd fired a year or so earlier, had built a server to run off this corporate internet, and so he didn't have to pay internet charges. And he'd been in there one night by himself, and he cut out a square in the wall and put the server in the wall and ran the cable in there, and then put some drywall up and sealed it over and painted. So his server was hidden in the wall for like a year or so, and he was using their internet
dedication
for his business for a year or so till they worked out. And I just thought that was fucking hilarious.
That's brilliant. That is fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
that's
and
amazing.
Because no one immediately thought, I bet someone's put a server on our network and hidden it in the walls. No one thought that. And the network admin, the network admin was just determined to work, and he was a really cool guy, but he was determined to work it out, and he traced every computer on the thing, and he knew how to read stuff, and he's going, there's something I haven't found. And he's going, and he went, and it's connected here. And he's found every cable running out of here. And then he tracked one which disappeared into the wall. And he went, what? Does anyone know why this cable goes into the wall? And everyone went, no. And he went, all right, fuck it. And he got a hammer. he like smashed a hole in the wall. And he went, there's a tower in there. And everyone's going, what?
Yeah,
fucking thing. It was such a nerd shit thing to do.
It was so fucking cool, though.
That's amazing.
I used to hang out with lots of nerds. Yeah, that sounds not familiar, but familiar.
There used to be this device you could buy on ThinkGeek before they shut down, and it was a circuit board with a speaker, and the idea is you hide it somewhere, and it basically plays random sounds at random times.
Yeah,
and that's all it does. But you hide it in someone's office, like behind in a wall or in a PowerPoint or something like that. So it just bugs them. And like they try and time it, like maybe it's cyclical, but it wasn't. It was completely random, and you could program it with the whatever sound you wanted. And damn, I wish I bought one. But I mean, you could make one with an Arduino nowadays, anyway.
Yeah.
So
I think along those sort of lines, it'd be maybe it'd be interesting to put something that's activated when you plug something into a PowerPoint. You know. Just something silly and simple, like when you plug it in, it goes, "Ow, that hurt, you bastard!" I'm just going to shove that up your ass.
Oh,
yeah.
There's a low-tech prank. You know, you get those cards that when you open them, they play music because they've got a little thing in there. So I have this prank where you take the music thing out of that, and this is a limited duration one, and you cover it in cotton wool. And this worked because the ceiling tiles were the color of cotton wool, like they were white. And you cover this thing in cotton wool and then tape it to the ceiling. And so the sound is all but suppressed. But in any time when the room is very quiet, there would just be this very vague da 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 da. Da, da, da. People would think they were going crazy because every now and then they would just hear this MIDI "Happy Birthday to You," and all you would have to do, the only amount of noise required would be to say to someone, "Can you hear that?" And they wouldn't be able to hear it. So if there was any level of conversation, no one could hear it. But in moments when it was quiet, if you were just sitting there, there would be this really vague MIDI sound going da 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 da, and it's like
have to do this to my son.
Piss me off.
I have to do this to my son now.
It says, "Hey, shut the fucking door."
Yeah. Oh my god. Now I'm trying to think of all the worst pranks. I mean, an absolutely awful one. I remember going to a rave in the 90s when, look, okay, other people were on chemical substances. Not me, because that would have been illegal. And I'm not admitting to anything illegal.
You don't do illegal things.
No. But anyway, what they had in this rave, they had these screens going up, and there were 3 streams of text on them. And it was straight feeds from various Usenet text groups, and words would come up one at a time at reading pace. So the words would come up so you could read it. This, then this. Like one of them was a script for the TV series of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And it was coming up one word at a time at reading pace. And one of them was random. And one of them was from alt pranks. And possibly because of the substances other people were on, not me, this seemed funny at the time. But it's not funny, and it's criminal. But it's basically these people at alt pranks said there was this guy we couldn't fucking stand in the office. And he was a creep, and he was racist. He was all, we couldn't get rid of him. And we had this work thing, like, you know, one of those things where it was American, so like they'd gone to Vegas or something for a seminar, you know, one of those scammy work things that's in Vegas. And so we got this guy and we set him up, and he said, and the basic thing is we paid a sex worker, said we want you to pick this guy up and then say like go back to his room and he can handcuff you to the bed, and you make a deal, say we'll take turns. You can handcuff me to the bed and do whatever you want, and then I'll handcuff you to the bed and do whatever you want. And he says, okay. And they also said, well, like, you know, like we will be just outside the door, and here's a code word. If he's gone too far, just shout it and we'll come in. But anyway, but you know, she's a professional, and you asking for nothing. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah. So anyway, so she's a professional, so she does it. She gets handcuffed and he has sex on her, and he goes, "That was great." And she goes, "Yeah, stud, you ready for your part?" And he goes, and he's feeling adventurous and says, "Yeah." And so she handcuffs him to the bed, and then a big black guy comes in, and then the next bit is. The next bit, again, when you think it's a person you hate, it's funny, but you know, okay, you actually took it too far. And it was just on a Usenet group, so it probably never actually happened. But I was definitely not on chemical substances, reading this one word at a time. And it got to that bit, and I'm going like, and other people who were at this rave, who were definitely on chemical substances, saw me just standing there going, because they weren't looking at the screen, and they were like, "What's wrong?"
I haven't got the concentration.
And I was just like, "Oh no, I have to tell you what just happened on the screen there." And it's just like, oh. So you are having this one, the Summersby. Sorry, I'm just making a. Was it a twist top or was it a twist top? All right. Oh, I've got little soft girly hands. I got to cover something up. No, I'm just.
I told the salesperson.
No, you're a big bush man
by default. When I signed up.
Yeah.
What was that? What was that? Nobody couldn't hear you.
Up with Telstra 5G, I actually said to the salesperson, "You win by default. No one else has got the coverage."
Yeah.
Such kindness.
No lies detected.
Such kindness. I mean, that makes them feel so good about their product. Yeah, you win by default. Like, I didn't want to use you. Fuck it.
Don't worry, they hate their jobs too.
Yeah. Actually, the person that served me was pretty helpful.
That's good. No, Telstra have a reputation for sending people suicidal.
Yeah.
Unpleasant.
But they do have the best coverage. generally speaking.
Yeah, that's where they win. They have better coverage, definitely.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okie. I'll be timing you.
I actually had a Telstra guy call me a couple weeks ago, and it's the first time I haven't hated Telstra because he's just gone, oh, look, I'm blah, blah, blah. I just realized, like, you've been with Telstra for a really long time, and I looked at your plan, and I think we can do you a better plan. Like, you've just paid off your phones, and I can actually put you on a better plan, gives you more data and actually costs you less. And I said, that sounds good. And then he was like, yeah, and if you want new phones, just call me because you've paid off the other ones. So at some point I'm going to go, because this is an iPhone 10, because I don't rush to replace them. And so now the 13's out, I'm going to contact him and say, what can you offer me?
7.
Yeah, I'd be fine with, if you've got leftover iPhone 12s that you want to do me a deal on, that would be fine. Or, you know, an iPhone 13 if you want to do that. But yeah, he actually just called me and said, oh, you've been with us forever and you just paid off your phones. So why don't I give you a better deal?
He's apparently had nothing but good dealings with Telstra for 15 years. Which is great, actually. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't begrudge you that, Heine, just because you've been going into Telstra offices and giving people wristies every other day. I don't judge you. I don't know why I said that.
Because you had the opportunity.
Oh, Megaleech has an iPhone 8. Yes, I cannot believe it's still working because
Apple for being not backward compatible.
Yeah, Apple deliberately degrade phone performance so much.
Oh yeah,
they do. They're bastards.
I can't believe an iPhone 8 still works. Heine, my story was
actually. I had to go buy a 12.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm either going to get sometime soon. I'm either going to get an iPhone 12 or 13. Now the 13's out, I'm hoping they've got deals on some 12s that they've got left. I'm just going, if you give me like a big deal on a 12, I'll take your 12. I don't give a shit. I'm actually perfectly happy with this 10, but the cameras on the 12 and 13 are actually way better than the cameras on this one. And that's, for me, that's the number one feature on a phone, the cameras on it. So I can use it for
it is a cool feature that these things can automatically take panoramic shots. That's kind of cool.
I noticed that a feature on the new iPhones, because they've had the portrait feature for a while.
Greg says good night.
Greg, you're going good night. Thanks for dropping in, man.
Good night.
In fact, Android phones had the portrait feature before iPhones did. That's where it focuses on a person and then everything else is out of focus. So it's a sexier looking picture. But the new iPhones, which have a feature, which again, I think Androids have had for a little while, with video, it's portrait function in video. So you're sitting here doing a selfie video, and so you're in this nice sharp focus and the background is out of focus, so it looks cooler. But if you turn to look at something, the camera will focus on what you're looking at. So it's like, and apparently it works fairly well. It's not flawless, but if you're taking a video and it's focused on you and something goes past and you go, oh, look at, and it notices you're looking at something and it picks up whatever's in the direction you're looking and it focuses on that, which is pretty neat.
Is pretty fucking impressive, actually.
It is, isn't it?
I should try that out.
But apparently it records so much information, you can actually do some editing after the fact. If you're doing stuff and the bit you want to be in focus isn't in focus, there's some editing function where you tap on it and go like, focus on that. It's actually stored the information and it will sharpen up the video to focus on that, which is pretty wild. It's almost science fiction, basically.
Yes. It's the sort of magic that people got burned for once.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, it is. There was like one of those.
You go, what sorcery is this?
Yeah. One of those stupid fuckhead American right wing.
Which you were much longer than the time you said.
Hey, I'm not going, but I need to have a spoons break.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Spoons are running low.
That's cool.
So I'm just gonna like mute my mic and turn my camera off for a bit, but I'm still here and I might respond in chat, but I don't want to lose my spot. I'm in the top right.
Cool. That top right, I like the top right spot. That's cool.
This is the best spot right here.
Yeah.
You take care of you, Abigail.
Yep. Okay.
I'm
here. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm just spoons.
Yeah, absolutely. Break the news to Abigail that I can move people around. That's one of the features that I can move. But Abigail's expressed a preference for top right, so I'll let her stay there. But here's the thing. I like we do this, and then we're boy, girl. See, there you go. Which is more balanced. I'm just going to say. See, Abigail was worried I was actually going to no, you expressed a preference for top right, so I'll leave you there. So I'm not feeling I'm not feeling mean tonight, so I'll do that.
So when the earthquake happened, Angry, did you go outside and meet your neighbours?
No. Mrs. Angry did go outside. I was sitting because I was at work, so my workstation's just there. And I went through all these phases and I was just like, is that possums in the roof? No, that is bigger. Is that someone outside being weird? No, it's bigger. Oh, okay. It's a tremor. And then my bottles because my bottles are just there and they were all shaking. And I was going, okay. And then it was like, oh, okay, this is now officially the strongest earth tremor I have ever been in. And I'm watching the walls actually wobbling. And I'm going, oh, wait, how much fucking longer is this going on? And I was like kind of looking at my bottles going, oh, shit, are these going to fall over? Because, I can't catch them all. And and it just got to the point where I'm going like, okay, this is now officially disturbing. And then it finally stopped. Because it's like when it just keeps getting stronger, you have no idea how long that's going to go on for.
Yeah.
And I was going, this is weird. This is fucked up. And the same as I was saying with Abigail, my brain was just going, yeah, you know what? If a nuke detonated about 100 kilometers away, this is the sort of thing you would feel. And it was like, oh.
Yeah, it'd probably be a bit stronger and not as long lasting.
Yeah.
But I found that all of us ladies came out from our apartments, open our doors and go, did you feel that? Did you hear that? Oh, it's a very loud train. No.
Yeah.
And then
after that question, you just need one person to go, yeah, I think my lunch disagreed with me.
Yeah. Well, we had like a team meeting online that day, and a couple of people living in like high rises at higher levels than like Abigail's like 13th, 14th floor. We had a couple of people on higher floors in apartment buildings, and they were like really justifiably thinking they were going to die. They were just like, oh, this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, well, I went down to the park with the dog, gave her her little walk down to the park, and there were a couple of ladies having a big old chat, and one of them had a cat with her in a harness, and the cat was so chill, and Scruff needed to go and meet and molest, smell her butt and everything. And so we all ended up chatting, and they were from the same building, and they decided like, fuck this, I'm out. And the older lady said that she felt this euphoria of I'm going to die. That's all right. Yeah, because they're like they're on like the 26th floor, I think they said.
Yeah.
And the younger girl was just like, this is structural shit, out of here. She thought it was like the apartments up in Sydney that were structurally unsound.
Yeah. Well, there's apparently a couple of the towers in the CBD in Melbourne that, because of the way they were constructed, that just on a normal day with the wind, they make terrible noises, like just this constant creaking and whatnot.
Isn't it?
Oh, that makes people can't sleep. People get very twitchy, like start to lose their sanity because they can't sleep.
Really?
Noise.
That bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard of that. Like on that Facebook group that I'm in, people say, it's bad enough on a high wind day when the place starts creaking. I think the place is going to, because you know what they do? They have these, they get these wonderful designs done by architects, and then they fuck off the architects and get the subcontractor to just do it. Can you do this? I can do it. And they do it, and but they're not doing it right. And so it's not the same quality. And you don't get the same, even the same design.
Yeah. Apparently there's a couple towers in this, like CBD, South Bank, Docklands, that the noise that the buildings just make on a regular day so bad people can't sleep and they're fucking like losing sanity. And I heard a recording of it and it's really disconcerting. Like it's the exact noise you expect a building to make just before it collapses. It's just this creak, creak, creak. And people keep saying the buildings are structurally sound, but something in the way they've made them, someone's fucked up. And because the buildings have to move in the wind. If they weren't flexible enough to move in the wind, they'd snap and collapse. So tall buildings are built to move in the wind. But apparently these ones make so much noise. There's 2 or 3 buildings in the city that make so much noise, it's doing people's heads in. So
those poor people, and they probably bought off the plan too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I remember years back, I got told by a dude who had to work on Centre Point Tower in Sydney, that touristy thing. There's a big, it looks like a swimming pool right at the top, but it's actually a ballast thing. It's a weight thing, but effectively it's a swimming pool. There's a huge thing full of water at the top, and every now and then someone's job is to go and spackle over any cracks in it. And so you have to use special stuff that you can use underwater because they don't empty it because it's part of the structural thing. And he said it is, oh my God, it's so fucking, because you wear scuba gear because you've got to be under for a while. So you're in this pool wearing scuba gear. So you're hearing your own breathing, but because, like Centre Point Tower has all those wires on it and whatnot.
Yeah.
You're on the top and you're in water. All the vibrations of the building echo in this water. And he said, so you're just in this water and you can hear your own breathing and there's this terrible creaking noise the whole time. And he's just going like, I was underwater for a couple of hours and it was not cool. It was absolutely not cool.
Horror game. Oh, hello. Hello, my child. Come and say hello, sweetie.
Hello, Nettie Offspring.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Excellent. Good to see you.
My mini-me.
I've come to cause chaos.
You are an agent of chaos, which I love. Love a good bit of chaotic energy, quite honestly.
Yep. Just what we need.
Yeah, loving it.
She's just gotten into D&D.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, very much. Like she's got her own D&D channels going on Discord and stuff.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I'm actually in a campaign.
Yeah. Excellent. Your first campaign?
Yeah.
So what do you want?
Just come and say hi?
No.
You want your hot chocolate?
No. Remember the funny thing that I showed you
The funny thing. Oh, yes. Berries and cream. Yes. Berries and cream. It's a TikTok that has apparently... Why are you pointing?
Yes, everyone's saying berries and cream. Yes.
So you know about the TikTok viral thing?
No, I just saw people talking about berries and cream. Everyone's talking about berries and cream.
Well, apparently it's a TikTok thing. There's this like weird little Lord Fauntleroy type character talking about his berries and cream dance that he would do for his mama.
Oh God!
Before he could get his berries and cream.
Show them the video.
It's weird. I don't think I can actually. I don't know how to put it on the live stream, but I've put it on my Facebook so you can see.
I can get my iPad and play the video.
I'm just worried we get a copyright thing.
Yeah, there'd be a copyright problem.
God damn it!
The guidelines.
Yeah.
But for anyone else, I'm just going to try and do a search. Berries and cream meme auto completed. Okay. So, what is the berries and cream trend on TikTok? That is a scary person. I'm just seeing images.
He is a bit.
Berries and cream, known as the Little Lad Dance, that is a viral song and dance originally featured in a Starburst commercial in 2007.
Really?
Dance, yeah, it's from a Starburst commercial from 2007. The song and dance are performed by an anachronistic, old-fashioned British character called Little Lad. The commercial was initially used for remixes and mashups on YouTube, saw a resurgence in 2021 after podcaster Justin McElroy posted the song and dance on TikTok, which became widely used to express a feeling of unusually old-fashioned, especially in terms of appearance. So,
a feeling of being unusually old-fashioned.
Try again. Sorry. To express a sense of feeling unusually old-fashioned is okay. Whatevs.
Okay. It is an unusual feeling.
As an elf, pilgrim, or Victorian schoolboy, compared to Lord Farquaad in Shrek.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
actually, you know who it reminds me of?
Who?
It reminds me of the shaman in The Mighty Boosh. He's got the same hair.
Yes.
Yeah. There's something similar there going on.
Yep. No, I can see that. I can absolutely see that.
Would YouTube be able to copyright you for me showing an image of this guy?
Oh, and not an image. I mean, I can show images. And
okay.
I will. I'll show images.
Why are you so giggly?
And it's not a kid. It's some weird dude.
It's a fully grown man.
Pretending to be
grown man.
Little Lord Fauntleroy.
Okay, so this is the dude. So that dude's like, he's like nightmare material. Look at him.
Oh, that's it. Reese Gutgad's boyfriend. From a D&D show that we've... Yes!
Baron.
That's who he reminds me of. Baron
from the Baronies.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He's a nightmare.
Yeah. Okay.
In this D&D show that Shaylee and Ali and I have been watching, called Fantasy High, one of the kids decides to lie about having a romance partner. And and then because it's D&D, the romance partner comes alive through the mirror. And is spooky as fuck, and that's how I imagine him looking.
My face throughout the entire scene where he was introduced was just
yeah. Because he then comes through the. Does he come through the mirror? No, he gets
Riz bangs the mirror, and
then all chaos happens, and he gets.
And then Baron grabs him and like drags him through,
and then mangles him or something. No, he pretends to be a mangled Riz when his friends come to find him.
Like he was all twisted and contorted.
Mm.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Oh hi, Micro.
So
Yeah. In case you're wondering why I'm.
FOMOs.
Yeah. In case you're wondering why I'm still on Micro USB, tomorrow is a public holiday in my town, so I don't have to get to work, so I don't have to wake up at any particular time tomorrow. So we're just going for however long we go tonight. Haven't really decided.
Right, off you go. Off to bed.
Yes, it is 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
So, yeah, D&D, we've discovered, well, the kids discovered it first, but we've been enjoying some D&D by Dimension 20. It's really good.
Yeah. I just put the link because Micro USB likes to join us from time to time. So just in case you want to join us, Brew, I put the link there. Oh yeah, let's get naked. No, you're just taking off. I took off my formal cocktail gear and put my casual shirt on, so
that's good.
We're getting relaxed. It's relaxed. Yeah,
relaxing.
No, we're not getting naked yet, Abigail.
Remember the last time we went to the after party?
Oh my god! I fucking I mentioned once that same drip who keeps making multiple accounts to do things. He made another account to post a comment on my YouTube channel. That was like a fucking essay. Like you wrote this whole fucking essay, and the hilarious thing is YouTube automatically flags really long comments like that as spam, so no one ever sees it. I see it in my dashboard. I see a thing like, this is probable spam, and I read it, and it was hilarious. It was just like, this guy is evil. He only does these streams to try and suck people in and get them into what he calls the after party, where he can sexually exploit them. And it was just like really funny. And I didn't even read it properly. I just thought, man, that is the worst case of envy I've ever seen. This guy is so angry, he's shut out. But the worst bit is, I just went, oh, this is pathetic. And I just hit delete, and like, as almost as my finger went down to the mouse button to hit delete, my brain went, this would be very funny if you read it out on a stream. But then I just sort of went gink, delete, and it was gone forever. It was very funny. Because all it was he's heard bits and pieces of us joking about things, and it's this real fear of missing out thing he's got going on. And so he constructed it all into some nefarious plot, and it was just hilarious.
Know how that goes. Yeah. I once did that with I was chatting with a friend in a chat, and there was this other person there who was a very suspicious, paranoid type of person.
Yeah.
And we started talking about the Church of the Subgenius.
Oh yes.
And you could tell, like, I mean, even though it was just chat, it was just text, you could tell she's like, you're what? You're what?
Yes.
And how do you spell that? And, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you just bring up something a little bit of an in joke, and they're away. They're off and away.
Yeah. I did read there was a really disturbing legal case in the US, like a while, probably at least 10 years ago now. But it was a divorce case where the husband brought up all these like group chats that were Church of the Subgenius things. They were basically saying, his wife was an insane sex maniac in a cult. With no context, presenting the group chat from a Church of the Subgenius group, looks really weird. And so a really straight-laced judge is just having this page of texts shown to them, which sounds absolutely crazy. And it's like, no, it's layers upon layers of in-joke. And the woman's trying to defend herself, and the judge is just going, no, I think he's right. You're like a Satanist sex fiend. And it was
oh, no!
It actually ruined her life. Her husband, her husband knew what the Church of the Subgenius was. So he knew he was lying when he presented it up to the court. But it was just a really acrimonious divorce proceeding. What
a turd.
No, he was a piece of shit, definitely.
That's awful.
Yeah. I've got as always, there's only one thing I've got for those sort. And we've all seen this before. But it never stops being appropriate. That's right. It's the cactus.
Give him
like a cactus tonight.
The penis cactus.
There we go. There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
The phallic cactus. That's
phallic
cactus. There you go.
cactus.
And for the anti-maskers and the anti-vaxxers, they can all have a dose of that.
I remember
it never
years
stops
ago
being appropriate for the job.
Years ago, a friend who'd gone on holidays in the South Pacific, I don't remember if it was Fiji or somewhere in there, but they sent a postcard back, and it was like a picture of these rocks, and it was like which looked like a dick and two round rocks. And I was like, it looks like a dick. And then I looked at the description on the back of the postcard, and it said, yes, this was a phallic rock arrangement that was part of the religion. And it was literally, this religion had this whole fertility thing where they sculpted one rock to look like a dick, and then they put two big round boulders either side of it, and it was part of a whole ceremony they had. So I go, it's not a random collection of rocks that looks like dick and balls. These people actually deliberately arranged and sculpted these rocks to look like a dick and balls.
Very, very common, actually.
Yeah.
Dick worship is very common.
Tonight's episode is brought to you by the word fixated.
Yeah. And it's like
as an anthropologist, I can tell you, phallus is everywhere.
Yeah, and the sculptures from those old matriarchal societies where the totems have huge boobs and huge hips, and it's like because it's widely regarded they're fertility symbols, and it's like, either that or there were just these horny dudes or women who that was what got them off, and so they were, I like the big titties and the big hips and the big butts. And I'm gonna sculpt one. And I'm gonna sit it on my shelf, and I'm gonna whack off to it at night. I don't know. It was either a complex matriarchal society. It was a complex matriarchal society with fertility symbols, or this was for whacking off to. It was one of the two. It's one of those. I'm not sure.
But you think, like, when they work out that doing the deed brings about babies, that it probably comes off as pretty damn magical, you know?
Well,
and sacred.
I read that there was a theory on some cultural anthropologists who said matriarchal societies were probably around a period where the men in particular didn't understand how babies happened. And this was pre-agricultural, pre-agrarian societies. And it's like they thought producing babies was some sort of fucking magic. So the women were the most powerful. But when they started keeping livestock, you get like people looking after the livestock going, oh, yeah, okay, the male livestock are fucking female. And wait, a baby happens after they oh, my God, it's the male. And then they got in their head, it's the male who makes the baby happen. And then they overthrew the matriarch. I know it's impossible to validate that because there's not a book, but I've read a few things.
Well, they'd all be different. I mean, really, which one they decide is going to be in the deciding factor in the making of the babies was probably different across different communities. But then you have a religion or a culture that, bowls over all the rest, because they are into conquest. And so that's how you end up with just so many with the same perspective.
Yeah.
Conquest.
The talk about livestock just brought to mind a pretty dodgy joke that I shall now share.
Oh, good.
Because we're all up for
Dodgy
a
jokes.
dodgy joke. Kiwi viewers, I don't mean any harm by this. I apologize. It's a joke at your expense. I'm sorry. That's what I'm going to tell it. You have been warned. So, it's a joke about a shepherd. A Kiwi joke about a shepherd, you say? What a fucking surprise.
I think I already know the punchline, but here we go.
I bet you do. So, quite innocently, he's trying to get the sheep to breed. And it's not working out. He's done all his research. Apparently, he's read something that said the way to tell if the sheep are pregnant is certain behavior. You'll see them lying around a certain way, allegedly. Anyway, he says, "Well, this is not working. I've got the ram in there, and it's just." He goes to speak to a few locals, and somebody said, "Well, you might have to try artificial insemination. Yeah, you're probably getting where this is going." He knows enough to know that means basically intervening, but he doesn't quite understand the process. But he doesn't want to admit that because he doesn't want to look stupid. So he figures, well, that means I'll have to impregnate the sheep myself. So, one day he gathered up the ewes, put them in his Land Rover, and took them out for a drive somewhere private, and tried to impregnate them. The next day or so, he looks out his window and he sees the sheep are not showing any different behaviour. It doesn't seem to have worked. So he waits a day or two and then goes out and tries again.
This could be really tiring work.
This goes on for quite a while, and like after a month of trying to get these sheep pregnant, he's too tired to even get out of bed. So he calls to his wife and asks her to have a look out the window and just say, are the sheep lying down like this thing? And she says, no, they're all in the Land Rover, and one of them's beeping the horn.
Yep.
Oh God. I was just thinking, we used to tell.
It was a dodgy joke.
We used to tell really stupid ones. When is it? High school. And thinking about, because you see movies about the French Foreign Legion, these guys in sort of outposts in Africa and French colonies, and they're all by themselves, all these men, and someone shows up at the fort and it's like, so it's all men here. So how do you cope with urges? And they go, oh, once a week, a camel train comes through, and
I know this one.
We fuck a camel, and the guy goes, really? He goes, no, you'll be surprised. Yeah, you'll be surprised how good it is. We get into it, and so it comes Saturday night, and the camel train comes through, and the legionnaires start moving down to the courtyard, and one guy's running and he's shoving guys out of his way, and the new guy goes, why are you doing that? And he goes, because I'm not getting an ugly one this time.
Oh, that's not the joke I thought it was going to be.
I know, no, there are a whole bunch of them.
I've got I know a similar joke to that, but it's there's an outpost. And the general comes to visit. Hey, welcome, my crew.
Welcome, my USB. Having a morning coffee by the look here.
I am.
Angry, you're going to have to rearrange the thing so that Abigail can keep her favourite spot.
You can be next to me, Abigail. Right, there you go.
So anyway, this general's visiting, and he asks about the men on this post. Do they suffer loneliness, and if so, what do they do about it? And he said, well, they do it occasionally. And when they do, they take advantage of the camel, Bessie the camel, and get what they need using her. And he goes, oh, that's disgusting. Ooh. So keep an open mind when you've been here a little while. So anyway, he was there for quite some time, and he did start to feel a bit of an urge. So he went and borrowed the camel, took it behind one of the tents, and did what you shouldn't do. And he says, right, well, I imagine that was different. I gather that's what the men did. And he goes, well, not really. What they do is they use her to get them into town where the sex workers are.
They ride the camel. That's what happens when you don't ask for a proper explanation. The other one I heard was like, the guy saying, what do we do for sexual release? The barrel. And there's like a barrel that's got a hole in it. It's like a Saturday night, you just stick your dick in the hole in the barrel. And I was going, how's that good? And he goes, no, it's good. Trust me. And so he, does it. This actually feels pretty good. And he enjoys it. And it's like, oh, that was okay for Saturday night. And the next Saturday night, goes, okay, are we going over to the barrel now? And the guy says, yeah, but this week it's your turn in the barrel. I went to Catholic school. This is the sort of jokes we used to tell at Catholic school. So,
it sounds like a night at the Peel from what I hear.
Oh my God, yes. Oh,
a Billy Connolly joke. Billy Connolly talked about things that he's seen ads for, and one of them was the lovely Raquel inflatable lady. And from there, he goes on.
I love Billy.
Oh yeah. So from there he goes on. This is quite an old one. He goes on to talk about this scenario where the postal workers got lovely Raquel. One of the packets fell open, and he decides, I might have a discreet go at this. Well, I've got a bit of time up my sleeve. So he has a discreet go with lovely Raquel, and then puts it back in the packet, delivers it.
Oh.
A couple of weeks later, a rep comes up to the customer's door, gives it and goes, hello, did you buy a lovely Raquel? Shh. My wife's inside. I don't want to fucking hear about it. But yes, I did, all right. What do you want? And he goes, well, we're just checking for customer satisfaction. We could ask you a few questions. I mean, personally, for a start, what did you think about the realism of the doll? Was it nice and realistic? It's realistic, all right. The first time I used it, I got clapped.
Oh dear. There's a Billy Connolly joke. I remember seeing video of him telling it on Michael Parkinson's interview show, and this was a very young Billy Connolly, like 70s, early 80s, and he's saying like he's a Scotsman whose wife died, and he buried her himself. And he buried her in the house, and his friend came around and said, "How are you sort of coping since your wife died?" And he goes, "Oh, it's fine. I buried her here in the laundry." And his friends look, and the bum is sticking up out of the ground, and the guy says, "Why did you bury her with her bum sticking up out of the ground?" And he went, "I need somewhere to park my bike." Now, first point, Billy Connolly took like 10 minutes to tell that joke. The way he used to tell it, he had 10 minutes to get there. And Michael Parkinson was losing it the entire time. And when Billy Connolly tells the punchline, her bum's sticking up out of the ground, so I have somewhere to park my bike, Michael Parkinson is just going, why the fuck have I got this guy on my show? Why the fuck?
He kept bringing him on. He kept bringing him on.
And he kept inviting him back.
Yeah.
Billy Connolly.
You just see Parkinson going like, "Oh my God, this just went. Oh no. And it was so, and because Parkinson over decades would keep bringing Billy Connolly back, but this one,
Billy Connolly held the record for the person longest speaking without being prompted by a question.
Yeah, he could just.
I'm so surprised.
And Abigail tells us we're all going to comedy hell.
Oh, absolutely.
You're probably right.
Absolutely.
I love Billy Connolly. He's the best. I'm a bit heartbroken he's got Parkinson's and he can't perform anymore.
Yeah, no, he's a bit under the weather.
See him on stage, more recent stage videos, and he's just lost that stage energy, and that's a real tragedy because he did have such a stage presence.
Yeah.
Oh, how can you hear it? Jesus.
Ooh, dramas at Nettie's place.
So my cat.
I just would say, micro USB. What drama's been happening? We've had riots. We've had earthquakes. What's been happening in your world?
The only thing that I hear about is people can't find work, and then the employers are complaining that nobody wants to come to work. I guess what's been happening is people will get interviews and go to the interview, and then they'll ghost the employer after the interview and won't return calls. And I'm like, well, maybe if employers, when the job market was flipped, didn't do the same shit to us, we want to do that to them. You know how many interviews I've been on and I thought it went really well, and they didn't even give me a call saying like, hey, we just don't think you're a good fit for this job, so we're not going to give it to you. And I'm just stressing out, not know. Yeah, so I don't care. They can have no employees for all I care. They kind of deserve it.
I've been hearing this for about maybe a year now. Like, this is a growing thing, isn't it? That they just can't find people for those lower paid jobs.
Yeah. People are realizing that after they got the extra unemployment in their checks and they were making more money not working than working, they're realizing it's not worth to go work in a warehouse for like $14 an hour for a 12-hour shift. It's not worth it. And I don't really blame them. Why would you want to do such a job that demands so much for such a low wage? For where I live, to scrape by, if you wanted to live in the ghetto, you need at least $15 an hour minimum.
Yeah.
So to offer so little, and then they wonder why nobody wants to work for them. Restaurants are having the biggest issue because they have that weird server pay. It's because
they rely on tips.
Yeah, it's like a couple dollars, and now they're talking about switching it, like the rest of the world has already done, to give them a livable wage and just let them get tips too, maybe. And I'm like, do it, because I've seen waiters and waitresses, and that job's very demanding and it sucks, and I would never do it for even what I make now.
Hospitality is probably one of the most harsh industries to work.
It's a hard job.
Yeah, no, it really fluctuates with the market.
It can actually ruin your feet in,
and it's very unstable, because when the economy is doing really well, we're always looking for people to hire and all this stuff, but when the economy starts going down, they let people go left and right as fast as they can. So we don't need you anymore. We don't have as many people coming to stay here. We don't need you.
You're expendable.
Yeah, so what usually happens is in the summertime we hire a lot of people, and in the wintertime we're like, we don't need you anymore, and that happens a lot in hospitality work.
Yeah, how the fuck are people supposed to survive like that?
No idea.
It's totally not okay.
No, it's not. I saw what people were getting. I read some article, and it was talking about, for some reason, people in Australia and what they were getting paid. And I know the currency conversion's different and cost of living's different, but the wage for what I do over there was 20 something an hour plus extras for nights and weekends. And I was like, why am I being screwed over so hard like this?
Yeah. In the US, you definitely get screwed over on pay rates and benefits and whatnot. It's
I don't get a vacation, so I have to use my sick time during my days of the week to get days off to have a vacation.
Yeah. And one of the often when people from the US come to Australia, they go, everything's so expensive. Food's expensive, getting food is expensive. Because the people who are providing you the food and the drink are paid a living wage. So
some of them aren't living wages anymore.
And our government is trying to make it more like the American system that Micro's is talking about. Our government, of course, is actively trying to set it up so that more people get completely ass fucked by their employers.
Oh yeah.
And there are people who seem to think that's okay because it's not their ass getting fucked.
Yeah.
It's not them who's sitting on the cactus, so they're okay with it.
Yeah, it's
if it was them who was getting the cactus with no lube, they might think a bit differently.
Yeah. I'm
and to those right-wing people, I got one thing to say: fuck you.
What also doesn't help is the extreme cost of rent. And I don't know about there, but here now, because of COVID, 99% of landlords are like, you need a minimum 700 credit score to even apply, or you need a 750 credit score to apply. I don't have a credit score, so I don't know what they want me to do. I don't have any credit. I've never had a reason to have credit or have a credit score. And it's just even
supposed to get that if you haven't got it already.
Yeah, they have it set up so you basically have to be doing well already to get into a place. Like even like a studio apartment, I saw one, they wanted a 710 credit score, and they wanted you to make 4 times the rent amount.
Oof.
If I made 4 times the rent amount, wouldn't be looking at a studio apartment.
Exactly. Well, we have a different thing here. In COVID, for some reason, house prices in the suburbs have skyrocketed, but apartments in the city have become more affordable.
You know what I think that might be caused by? I thought about this, and I reckon what's been happening is people have been working from home more, and they've actually realized they don't need to be in a city, so they don't need a city apartment to work. So they're taking all the houses in suburbia and working from there, which means the demand for houses has gone up, inner city apartments has gone down.
And also 75% of the people who were living in the city were foreign uni students, and they're gone. They've been gone for 18 months now. So there's this.
Additionally, our government has been intentionally pushing house prices up because if the house prices are high, that can balance out and make the economy look like it's actually doing well, when in actual fact the economy is fucked.
Well, it's because Neddy,
it's actually all about cooking the books.
You had micro. What you're describing sounds to me like the 21st century of debt bondage. And debt bondage was something that that was used when slavery was outlawed by the British British Empire. So in order to get workers, native workers, they would go into somewhere like the Congo. No, they didn't go to the Congo. That was the Belgians. They'd go somewhere like South America. And they would say, hey, you want a black dog? Hey, you want this or that? Well, I'll give you this, and then you work for me. And so every time they gave something to the natives, then they had the obligation to work for it. And that is a cultural root of this sort of thing. So what you're supposed to do, the reason why they want you to have a credit score, is that as soon as you learn to drive, you're supposed to go and buy a car so that you can go to work, so that you can pay off the car.
Yeah.
And it keeps going like that. So you're never supposed to really ever be out of debt.
Yes, I feel like the asking for a credit score to get a place to live should be, they should make it illegal. I feel like personally it's discriminatory against finance. And part of the housing law here is you can't discriminate for, like, if someone's rich or poor, or pregnant or has kids, black, white, Christian, atheist, whatever. It's part of the thing. And it's like, you don't know someone's history. You don't know, like, I could have been doing very well and then got screwed over by like a business partner and had to declare bankruptcy, and it affected my credit score, and now I have a low credit score. But just to judge me based off a credit score, which is so weird. And now it seems like you cannot do anything without a credit score, a decent credit score. You can't, like, buy a car or a house. And if you do, it's going to be probably twice as much as if you had a decent credit score for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, they want you to prove that you pay things back. And the whole thing about paying things back it's got nothing to do with you. It's got everything to do with them. they want interest. They want to squeeze everything out of you. And you will never be free. So if you don't have a credit score, then they have nothing over you.
So
they don't like that. They like to have control. That's the reason why the whole tip culture is so strong in America. When Americans come here and they find that they can't tip, or they can tip, but nobody cares if they do or not. They find it a bit confronting because it means they have no control over the server. They don't get that ego boost, that status feeling, or whatever privilege boost that they get out of it.
I always thought growing up that it would be like you'd get older and you get a job in a factory, right? And you could just work there for like 40 hours a week and you could make enough and you could find a place to live and be like, hi, I want to live here. How much is it? Okay, I'll pay you this amount a month. And I was very, very wrong about how things work. They're extra complicated for no reason.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just because of people in the past have screwed people over so much that now it's just screwing me over from the jump.
It's the custom. It's the way it's done. Yeah. And they don't want to change because it suits the people with power very well.
The haves do not like to share with the don't haves. And the
they don't like to share with each other either. Yeah, but there's also there is a culture of conquest in North America that is so ingrained that it's barely recognized. But conquest is the reason why aggression is such a highly valued personal trait. In places like Britain and Australia, being that aggressive is like, what the hell? Americans come across as extremely aggressive to other countries.
Manifest destiny. It's just like
Australians just come across
because it's a culture built on so much conquest.
Isn't manifest destiny such like a great thing? They were just like, if you see there and you're out it, like it's ours to claim. Go get it.
Yeah.
Go get it. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. Other people have it. Go get it. You saw it.
Oh, that's called theft.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's pretty much how we got a majority of our land. Besides, like Texas and the Southwest, I'm pretty sure we got that through Mexico owed us a debt, so we're just gonna take your land.
Or actual war with Mexico. There was a whole bunch of border conflicts with Mexico.
I think a good part of a good part of Texas is actually meant to be Mexico.
Oh no, the entire state.
The whole state. Okay.
Yeah. I would say like
75%
of Texas just is Mexico. It's just northern Mexico, really.
Yeah,
that's what I call it.
That's there.
With Australia, we just the settlers just marched in and said, I don't know who you are, you don't owe me anything, but I'm taking your land and it's mine now.
It's I'm not saying Australia's perfect or anything.
Oh no, we've got a real bad record with genocides and slavery and it's the same thing. What we have the people who first started farms in the country areas were known as squatters, and you think, why were they called squatters? Because that's what we call people now who move into empty buildings and just go, well, it's empty, so I'm just going to live here. They're like bad, awful people. Why are farmers called squatters? It's because they literally just moved further, usually west or south, than anyone had been, and went, hey, no white people have been here yet. I'm going to put up a fence and say, this is mine now, because there's... And then they kill whoever was already living there, whatever indigenous people were living there. But
it's all right, because it's all white.
Yeah, we called them squatters. And it was the farmers, the original farmers in Australia, were called squatters because there was no legal basis for them claiming the land they claimed. They just went to where there was no white people and put up a fence and said, "This is mine now."
A bunch of them died too, though.
On reflection, calling those people squatters is quite appropriate. They certainly shat all over the inhabitants.
Oh yeah, no, they squatted. They just said, "I'm grabbing a bit. It's mine now." It's the same as someone going into an abandoned building and saying, "Well, no one's using this building, so I'm just going to live here now." It's kind of lost over. Yeah,
there was this guy in Texas that there was this abandoned house. It was like a very expensive, very nice house, and it was abandoned for a while. And he did his research, and he found out through Texas law that if he filled out some paperwork and did some stuff, he could acquire the house as his. And he basically paid $20, which was like the processing fee for the paperwork, and he acquired this like very nice house. And his neighbors were all very upset about it because they're like, he didn't buy the house, it's not fair. And I also noticed that the guy that did it happened to be a black guy, and all his neighbors were very Karen-esque white people in the neighborhood. So I feel like they were extra salty about that. But I was like, good for him for like reading the law and like taking the proper like channels, and like he found a loophole and he took advantage of it.
Can we not use the Karen thing, please? I got called Karen by protesters out the front of my house.
So fuck those guys. Fuck those protesters.
What are they protesting?
Oh, these are anti-vaccine, anti-lockdown, COVID conspiracy.
Yeah,
that's what we're dealing with in Melbourne at the moment.
Well, then they don't matter then.
Screen before, yeah, that's for them as well.
No, they don't matter. They don't matter, but like Karen is not just a, it's now not just an insult to dickhead white women who are calling the cops on black guys. It's everyone like me.
Yeah, no. That, and again, those people, because Nettie lives in the central business district of Melbourne, and for the last 5 days, it's just been roving gangs of these scary right-wing thugs.
Like thousands at a time.
Yeah,
hundreds or thousands, not just a few dozen.
Yeah,
and
very scary.
And some of them have got Trump flags.
There is
I find that so weird.
It is.
He's not even an Australian politician. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. That's like
He's not even a human being.
No, not really.
These people are weirdos. They're just very weird.
Barely. Anyway.
That's like if I had a flag and it was like Justin Trudeau, woo, and it's like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I think they might be the QAnon crowd. It's a strange mix.
They're super QAnon.
How's this for some truth? I think I've scraped things out of the cat's little bloody box that have got more integrity and brains than Donald fucking Trump.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hi,
Abigail.
Hey, Abigail.
Hello. I'm gonna actually go now.
Oh, well, thank you for
okay.
being a good night.
Just like my spoon's level just hit rock bottom, and
Will you
I
have
just need to
spoons
head
for
up.
Game of Thrones tomorrow?
Should do. I think
In the afternoon, maybe?
in the afternoon. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, actually, I just
I better check my
earlier afternoon, because I've got a friend who's just had a breakup, so I have to drink with her in the early evening, late afternoon.
I've got a bit of time after maybe 12:30, 1-ish, maybe 1-ish. Yeah, got a bit of time after that. I'll see you then.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
All right.
Bye.
Actually, it's kind of midnight, which is 2 hours later than I would normally go on a Thursday night. And given that the next couple nights are also, I don't have to be up the next day, I might do discretion is the better part of valor and actually retire for the evening, just so I've got a bit more stamina for tomorrow night and potentially Saturday night. So,
if you guys want to come and join us on Discord to watch a bit of Game of Thrones, we're up to episode 3 of season 1, so you haven't missed much.
I
Nice.
can't make any promises, but you're welcome to send a link my way.
Okay, cool.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. It's still a good show for the. It's only that it kind of lost its way in the last season, but
yeah.
And
I know all the lore, so
yeah, at some point, presumably George R.R. Martin is going to publish the final couple of books because he hasn't published a book in 10 years. So.
Yeah, he's had a hard time finishing Winds of Winter because because of the mess.
Oh, but the TV show, I don't begrudge him. The TV show was worth so much money. He was making so much money by steering the TV show. Of course he did that. I don't begrudge him that at all. Because
I just want to read it because it is a superior story to the TV show.
Absolutely, absolutely.
From Jon Snow's first demise, onwards. Yeah, that's what I want to.
The last book basically finished with Jon Snow's demise, and even reading the book, I was going like, "Oh my god, this has been set up so obviously that the Red Witch is going to revive him." Which of course, is what happened in the TV show. But it was like, okay, yes, sure, Jon Snow's dead, but is really elaborately set up that he's going to be revived. It was not as
The good thing about watching it with Abigail is that she has watched it before, so I don't have to explain much to her. But she binged it, and so she's forgotten a lot. When you binge something, you do forget a bit. So I can just go, oh, yeah, I know all the lore about this island and that lord and da-da-da, and you're going to really love it when they center on this.
Yeah. And
it's fun because I know all of it.
Some of the divergences in the TV show were quite good. Other times I was going like, oh no, it was much better the way the book explored this particular thing and whatnot. But they were different mediums, so it was very interesting to see things until the TV show inexplicably went stupid as hell in the last season. And I was just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? And I was just like, anyway. So I am actually going to go to bed. It's like midnight, 2 hours later than I'd normally go. Tomorrow night will be another extended one, so we'll see what happens there. And then Saturday night, who knows? Probably depends. See, I've been really good tonight. I've been pacing myself with water and alcoholic drinks, and so I'm okay. So I'm just going to crash out now. It's very self-conscious. Like the 2 Friday nights when I've fallen asleep, I've gone back and looked at the stream. I've got up the next day and looked at the stream and gone, oh my God, look at me. What the fuck was I doing there? Jesus.
Yeah.
And it's because I forget what I'm drinking. I have to stay conscious. It has to be mindful drinking. I have to know how much I'm drinking. Because when you just pour stuff into a glass and just go, yeah, that'll be good. It's just like, and then you like get fucked up, and it's like, ugh. So I need to be aware of what I'm drinking. Anyway,
well, good night, fellas.
No, see you all another time. But bye for now.